What up, soul siblings? My name is Michael. Welcome to Misfit Tarot, the channel where you can come as you are and feel right at home, because when no one fits in, everyone has a place. So today's reading is going to be all about what your soul wants to let go. I did a reading, my very last reading, on your soul's deepest desires, and I talked to your higher self about, what were the things that your soul truly wants to bring into existence and manifest at this time. And kind of in that process, I was going through the same thing and, thinking about the things that I am trying to manifest into my life. And one thing that I came across was that it's very important to also think about not only the things that you're trying to bring into your life, but what you need to let go of in order to make space for those things to come in, and for you to be able to really enjoy those things. So, yeah, I'm going to give you kind of a quick breakdown of how this reading is going to go. First, I'm going to get an energy check on you guys with some oracle cards just to see what your higher self wants me to know about your current energy and the, current situation that you're in. And then we're going to go ahead and go into asking your higher self what it is that they're really wanting for you to let go right now, to make space for better things. And I'm going to use the Starchild Akashic Tarot today because I just feel like it kind of has that vibe of letting go. It's kind of a more solemn energy. And then after that, I'm going to be asking with the inner child oracles what your inner child is wanting to let go at the moment. Because, yeah, if you guys have seen my videos, I try to use the inner child oracle in every single one because I think that's something that we should all always be thinking about. And it's something that really affects us in our day-to-day lives as adults. After that, I'm going to be getting some final advice and hopefully some comforting messages from your higher self on, moving forward with this process of letting go of things that are not serving you at this time. And I'm going to use the Believe in Your Own Magic Oracle for that. And then to end it off, I will be using the Spark Magic matches. And if you guys have seen my readings, those are just little matches with little kind of suggestions of things you guys can do for like self-care or journaling, stuff like that, that will just help you find a little more peace and calm in your life. So yeah, this reading, I have 3 keys for you guys to choose from. One, just because I went to the dollar store recently and I found a bunch of cool stuff. You can see I got these little, there was one that said, they came separate. One just said trust, and I saw the other one that said spirit. So I thought I'd, put that on my little altar as a reminder for you guys and myself as well to just trust spirit in this space here. Got this candle for $1. It says Namaste over here. You can't see it and I can't lift it up to show you, but very good vibes from there. It's mahogany and tea scented. But yeah, and then I got these little keys as well. And yeah, I just wanted to use these because I thought it was very symbolic, like I said, of the fact that, sometimes when we're thinking about manifesting, all we're thinking is, I want this, I want this, this is what I desire. But we may not be seeing how important it is to make the space in our life for that thing to come in. And it is hard sometimes to let go of things that we become accustomed to or used to, for a long time. So yeah, I just thought it was a major key in that process. Shout out to DJ Khaled, another one. So yeah, if you guys want to pause the video and choose while they're laid out like this, go for it. But I'm also going to just kind of lift them up and get them closer to the camera because they are a little bit small. So I wanted you guys to see them maybe with a little more detail. So that's the first one. Second one and third one. Okay, and to all my Kingdom Hearts fans out there, don't these look like cool little keyblades? I just want to like fight monsters with them. If you know, you know. If not, look it up, check it out. It's a great game, especially if you love Disney. Um, and yeah, go ahead and make your choice, and I will see you guys in your reading later. What up, Group 1? If you guys chose this cool little key here, this is going to be your reading all about what your soul wants to let go of right now. So, like I said in the intro, I'm going to go ahead and start out with an energy check just to see what your higher self can tell me about you and your current energy and the situation that you're in right now, just to help me paint a little better picture of the messages that they want to come through for you here. So what? Oh, okay. There's that. Okay, and if you guys have seen my videos, I do shuffle everything on camera. I just like it that way. I like it to feel like, you know, if you guys came to see me in person, just get that whole start to finish feel of coming in and getting a reading from somebody. I love how other readers do it too. You know, the pre-shuffle takes away nothing for me, but this is, you know, just how I'm trying to make it my own and how I feel most comfortable and the vibe that I'm trying to have here on my channel. So I hope it's not too annoying or taking too much time for you guys, but you know, if you're already here to get a reading, what's the rush, right? So let's see what they want to tell me here. Okay, only one came out. Well, I'll do one time. If one more comes out, then it's meant to come out. Okay, no, that was telling me just the one. Okay, and got a new deck here, Fantasma Oracle. And if you guys are ever just curious or interested in the decks that I'm using, they'll all be in the description every time I post a video, so you guys can check them out. Whoa. Alright, what do you want me to know? Alright. So we got just one of each for you guys. Very straightforward here. So let's go ahead and see just the general energy of these cards. So you got Fortune from the Mystic Misfit Oracle deck. Fortune says, Fortune can visit in many ways. What may be lacking one day may find in abundance in the next. What is had may be squandered. Destiny, fortune, abundance, luck changes. And also, if you guys know my channel, I like to read a lot of stuff from the book just in case, you know, something hits hard with you guys from there. But then, you know, I will go into reading it myself. So this card, we have the Judge. And the affirmation with that is, I am relentless in my pursuit of honesty and justice. And what the creator had to say about this one is, times that are ripe for long-needed change are often frightening and confusing, but you must go on in spite of your fears. At times like that, there is no time for pleasantries, tact, or beating around the bush. It is crucially important that you face up to things the way they really are and not see them the way you would like them to be. Things may change for the better, but they will not change unless you ruthlessly judge yourself and your situation and act accordingly when the time is right, neither before nor after. If your intuition is telling you that someone may be lying to you, including yourself, or judging you falsely, then you must be careful to find out who, why, and how. It is very important that you be sure of your situation before you act. Do not accept criticism that says you are too judgmental. Judgment has its time and place. Your judgment is a gift meant to protect you. Alright, so these are already very much connected right off the bat. Let's see what this priest card has to say. Traditions and positions of power may be revealing themselves to you. Accept what advice is offered, but do not hesitate to break away from the mold if needed. Man, so interesting. Yeah, those are all very, very much talking about kind of the same thing. So, yeah, what your higher self wants me to know about your energy and your current situation right now, before we start talking about what it's time to let go of, is that essentially, with this fortune card coming out first, you're at a time in your life where your life is changing for the better. Um, the wheel of fortune in tarot talks about karma, luck changing, that kind of thing. This card said what may be lacking one day may find in abundance the next. So the energy I'm getting from this card right now is that, like I said, right now you're going from a point where maybe you've not been living in such abundance, you've been living with a lot of lack, you've been struggling, that's what you're used to in your life. And you've worked really hard to stay positive and to stay motivated, to work hard and believe, and have faith in yourself, and probably have faith in spirit and your spirit guides as well, to help you through this. And now I think you're just starting to see that turning point of like, okay, wow, I you're starting to kind of see some blessings coming in. Like I said, it might feel a little weird for you at this moment. That's kind of the energy I'm getting, is like I said, you're kind of used to living in lack, and now you're starting to see kind of the light at the end of the tunnel, or just not that there's an end. Life is a constant journey, and you'll constantly be learning things, but like I said, you just have a little bit more hope looking into the future. It's not how it used to be, where you're like, okay, well, I'm just trying to get through this day, I'm just trying to get through this week, this month, this year, and kind of just used to accepting that life is just always going to be a struggle. Now you're starting to feel and see that, like, all that hard work that you've done in that time, to deal with all that struggle. And sorry, things keep jumping in as I'm talking, but one message that I'm getting for you from your higher self, and possibly from spirit and some of your spirit guides here, is that they're very proud of you for going through those times, like I said, where you're not exactly living in abundance, especially these days with social media and everything. It's really easy to get caught up in looking to the outside world and thinking that our life sucks because we're not making $1 million, and we're not on vacation every month, and we're not we don't have the money to buy the newest thing that comes out every freaking 2 days, and because we don't feel as happy as these people that have all those things, because that's what they're presenting out to the world. But in reality, even those people, everybody is going through stuff behind the scenes, and we're all going through struggles and challenges. But again, the main message here is just that your spiritual team, including your higher self, is very, very proud of you, and they want you to be proud of yourself and kind of take a moment to really give yourself a pat on the back, and know that this turn in your fortune is not just all of a sudden out of luck. This is, you did this. Like, you could have made a choice at any point along the way in your journey that you've been struggling to give up and to just say, life sucks, my life is always going to suck, what's the point, and just kind of throw away your future. But some part in you deep down um, always, tried to keep that hope, and you never, obviously we all have our weak moments and we all have our dark times, but you never let it taint your heart. Your heart is still very pure. I can feel it. Your heart is still very loving and very giving and very hopeful. And I think that be I heard recently that there's like two types of people in the world. There's people who go through suffering, and because of that they think that everyone else should suffer as well. And then there's people who suffer in their lives, and because of that they want to find a way to make sure that other people don't have to go through that suffering. And I don't know if you can hear, but I'm getting very emotional delivering this message, and I think it's just because it's, your spirit team is really trying to express to me how important this message is for you to have, and how beautiful of a person you are, and how much, like I said, you've alchemized these negative experiences that you've been through, and you've used that to still bring love to others, and still maintain love within yourself. And yeah, like I said, they just want you to know that they're so proud of you. They really want you to be so proud of yourself for hanging in there and for being strong. And again, that this change in your fortune, this is not just good luck. Everything before was not just bad luck. We all have karma from our past lives and things like that. We all have, our purpose here on earth and the things that we came here to do. And sometimes the strongest people go through, the toughest challenges. But I can see that you have a very divine purpose in this world, and maybe we'll get into that a little bit more later, but at the end of the day, you know what that is. And yeah, really your higher self just wants you to really keep your faith, keep going, keep trusting that things will get better. This good fortune, I can very much relate to the feeling of kind of going through that transition of really struggling a lot and getting to a point in your life where things are kind of starting to turn around, and it's really hard to trust that. It's hard to believe that it's not all just going to be taken away, because that's probably been your experience many times in the past, that like things get better for a little bit, and like you're feeling comfortable, you're feeling, happy, and then all of a sudden something happens that just puts you right back to square one. And after that happens a few times, it's very discouraging, and it's very hard to keep believing. But I feel your energy, that you're a very strong person that has pushed through that, and like I said, got into a place where now things are starting to look up, things are starting to pick up, and your higher self just really wants you to know that, as long as you keep trusting in them, keep trusting in yourself, keep putting in that hard work, pretty soon here things will be looking up, and you will have more to give to yourself. Others will be more giving to you, and things will be getting easier in your life. So moving on to this Judge card, the energy that I got from the message here was that you're somebody who, one, judges themselves very, very harshly. You have very high expectations for yourself, and I think that's part of what has made you, so successful up to this point, and what will keep you to be successful in the future. But just know that is a fine line, and that's kind of what's coming here from your spiritual team, is I'm sorry. There's somebody outside that's just like really laying on the car horn, and it's very distracting. If they don't stop, I'm gonna pause the video for a second. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna pause the video for a second just so that. No, you know what? It's fine. I can tune them out. Okay, so I just had to kind of acknowledge that for a second, I think. So the interesting. I mean, maybe that's actually kind of something that's coming through as a message for you right now, because the kind of the energy I was getting from that horn honking is like, oh my God, why are you honking on the horn so much? Like, whatever it is, like, can you just get over it and like deal with it yourself, instead of making everybody in the area like have to deal with this energy that you're putting out there with your loud car horn? And they're still honking. But yeah, so what I got from this judge card is, like I said, not only do you judge yourself very harshly, but you kind of maybe take other people's judgments and criticism to heart, a little bit more than is useful, because I'm assuming it's something that, started in childhood. That's how it usually is, when we have some family members, or even just one family member, or friends at the time, whoever it is that you're growing up with, possibly a parent, yeah, like I said, possibly your whole family sometimes. This is Misfit Tarot. I do tend to, I think, attract people who, like I said, are the black sheep in their families, who are, kind of feel like outcasts, even from the people closest to them, quote unquote. Um, so yeah, like I said, you maybe have learned from a young age that's just how it is. That you know whatever you do is just kind of not good enough. That if you're trying to do something, somebody told you that's not the way to go, or maybe you were very proud of something and somebody told you that's not the best that you can do, and they kind of just instilled in you that life is not about enjoying the journey. Life is not about expressing yourself truly and enjoying every step of the way, and enjoying the magic of it. Life is about achieving this, and if you don't achieve this, then you're not going to be treated with love and compassion. You're going to be chastised, you're going to be criticized. Um, so I think already coming through is, maybe a preview into something that your higher self is going to want to be letting go of, letting go of this feeling of things are not going to get better for me. um, Things are going to, if good things come into my life, it's just so they can be taken away. And then here, this self-judgment, and this letting other people judge your path. I think that moving forward in your life, and maybe even presently, um, and definitely in the past, like, you are, we are all unique individuals. And we don't just all have everything in common with everybody. We try so hard as a society to put everybody in the same big box as possible, you know what I mean? When it comes to school, when it comes to gender identity, when it comes to sexuality, all this stuff, um, we try to put everybody in this group as like, here's all the normals, and then everybody not is like not normal. But like, normal, the world is just one big closed system. Everything in there is normal, everything in there is natural. It's part of the natural world, it's part of the natural order of things. So like, to continue to move forward as human beings, and keep upholding that kind of antiquated belief is just really not going to serve us. And I think that you're somebody who, like I said, has a great purpose, and I think that's part of your purpose, is to move us out of that paradigm and into a place where, you know, we are all free to express ourselves as individuals and accept each other despite, not even despite our differences, accept each other with our differences, like respect our differences with each other and listen to each other and learn from each other. Um, you know, even if we don't agree on everything. So yeah, with this judge card, I'm relentless in my pursuit of honesty and justice. It's telling me that your higher self really wants you moving forward to stand up for yourself, to express yourself honestly, even if you know that people aren't going to accept you. Remember that rejection is divine protection, comes up in every single reading I do, comes up in almost every single day of my life. Like, if people don't accept you for how you are, you don't need them in your life. They don't need you. You guys are not going to serve each other. Um, but if you can keep being yourself and keep being honest and judge yourself based on your own judgments, not based off everybody else's criteria for judgment, then, you know, you will be able to attract the your tribe. Basically, you will attract more like-minded people, you will attract more unique people, who are also doing that hard work to express themselves truly and who are trying to change this world for the better, because they know that it's very, very deeply sick. um, yeah, so moving on from that to this priest card, it was giving me very much the Hierophant energy, from the tarot. And oh, that's crazy, there's two keys back there, um, in the card. But what I'm getting from this is kind of like, what I'm getting from these keys, that popped into my head immediately was gatekeeping. You know, maybe whatever you're trying to do in your life, like I said, other people out there are trying to gatekeep and say, oh, only this type of person can do this, or only people with this background can do this, or whatever it is. You know the meaning of gatekeeping. It's basically saying that only certain people can be a part of something, that not everybody is inherently entitled to the same things as the same opportunities as everybody else. Um, so I think this is telling me that, maybe you are encountering this, or you will encounter this soon, of people trying to tell you that whatever you're trying to do, you shouldn't be doing it, or you can't do it, or only this type of person can do it. And what just popped in my head is fuck that. Like, do not ever listen to that. You are just as, I'm having trouble finding the right word, but you are just as worthy, you are just as allowed to pursue whatever dream it is you want to pursue, as anybody else. And another message that came through with this card was, you know, there are some things, like when the Hierophant comes out in tarot, it's not just like this terrible card of somebody that's trying to put you in a box. There are reasons that institutions exist, you know, like, for example, spiritual practices, meditating, praying, these types of things. Like, yes, they do exist and they are very established, but you know, there is a line there to where it is you doing what you want to follow, and you following something just because somebody's telling you this is the way to be spiritual. And that's just an example. This can apply to so many things, career wise, relationships, whatever. There's always going to be people telling you, like, oh, this is how it's done. You do this, and then you do this, and then you do that, and then that's how you get your outcome. But again, that's total bullcrap. There's no set way to achieve success, because success is relative and it's different for every single person out there. I'm remembering now, there's like a not a meme, but I don't know. I've seen something on social media one time where it's like, um, what people think success looks like, what people think the path to success looks like, and it's just like this straight line that goes up, and it's like this is your beginning, and then this is success, and that's how you go to success is just by moving up and up. And then it shows another little graph thing where it's like what success actually looks like, and then it's just this totally fucked up squiggly going all around all over the place. But it, you know, goes up and then it goes down and then it goes up, and then eventually it still reaches that same spot, which is success. So that's just something that came through, just in case you guys haven't seen that, or if you have seen that, you know, something to keep in mind moving forward. So yeah, that's what I'm getting from your guys' general energy, what your higher self wanted me to know off the bat. So I guess I can leave these here just to keep in mind as we go to the next part, which is to ask the tarot what your higher self wants you to let go. And obviously we got some stuff already from that initial energy check, but I think this is just going to get a little bit more specific, you know, now that I have a good background and energy of you know, kind of the things that you're going through and the things that you're up against. Okay, so what does group 1's higher self want to let go? Jesus, that's a lot. I'm gonna go ahead and let them come out. Okay, well that's just as many, so I guess, yeah, let's do it. Okay. So, what I'm seeing here is, okay, what to let go of. Okay, so with the Page of Crystals coming out first, what I think that your higher self wants you to let go of is what I'm getting is like seeing yourself, because a page, you know, all the pages in tarot, they represent somebody who's kind of just beginning their journey. And you know, with the Page of Crystals, this talks about, you know, finances and material things as well, which, you know, I am relating this to manifesting. So basically the energy I'm getting from this card is that your higher self wants you to let go of the idea that you are just, that you don't know what you're doing, I guess basically is what keeps coming into my head. You know, the Page of Crystals is somebody who's like, they don't really have a plan at the moment, and they're just open to exploring things. But I think what this is telling me is that you do know what you want. And maybe if you don't feel like you know what you want, you know, if you can sit with your own energy, get everyone else's judgments and opinions out of your mind, take some space from people who are clouding your judgment, and realize that, like, you know what you want. You are, I think what I'm seeing is, rather than seeing yourself as the Page of Crystals or the Page of Pentacles, to see you as the Knight. The Knight is the one who knows what they want, and they're going for it. They're taking action. And, you know, the Knight of Crystals or the Knight of Pentacles is somebody who's, you know, it's the slowest moving of the knights in the tarot, but they reach their goal without fail. They will always reach their goal. It will just maybe take them a little bit longer, but they have the dedication and the perseverance um, to make it happen. So I think that's the message that I'm getting here from this page of crystals, is that, you know, you really don't see yourself how you are. Like I said, because you've been through so much and you've been so harshly judged by other people and made to feel like you don't know what the hell you're talking about, or that you're not a badass, like that you've started to believe it. So I think one thing that your higher self really wants you to let go of is the opinions of others, because they are really clouding your opinion of yourself and how you see yourself. Like, you know, you, like I said, you see yourself as a page when really you're a knight, and you're soon to be a queen and a king, and be somebody, you know, who has worked so hard that they've accomplished everything that they desire. um, so yeah, that's really the message that I'm getting from this first tarot card here with the page of crystals, is to let go of the idea, really work hard to let go of the idea that you are anything less than, like I said, a badass, a boss, somebody who is meant for great things, somebody who is capable and powerful. Okay. Um, with the Ace of Swords coming out, um, I think what I'm getting from this, so the Ace of Swords, the first word that always pops into my head when I see this card is epiphany. Um, and I can see here, well, and in the original tarot image, there's like a hand, and all the aces are basically like the universe or God, or, you know, spirit is bringing something to you. They're bringing you some opportunity, and with the Ace of Swords, they're bringing you some kind of mental clarity. So what I'm getting when I ask what your higher self wants you to let go of, I think is, like I said, you've gotten to where you are by trusting in spirit, and that's a wonderful thing, and that will be crucial for the rest of your life, to remember that you are always co-creating with the universe, to bring about the things you want. You can't do everything by yourself, but I think with this Ace of Swords coming out as what your higher self wants you to let go, is that right now, because again, when we do tarot readings, they're only relevant for so long. Like, this energy right here is not going to be your energy in X amount of months or weeks, or however long it takes you to get through this energy and on to the next phase of your journey. You know what I mean? But right now, as we're asking this, as you're receiving this message, what is coming through from your higher self that they really want you to work on letting go at this time is that your answers and the mental clarity that you're looking for, there's something that you're having trouble deciding. Maybe there's something, um or maybe it's, you know, this is something that happens often. Maybe you just don't trust yourself a lot. Maybe you're constant, yeah, like I said, because of, based off what you've been through, and people, you know, making you feel like you're not smart, you're not capable, all these things. Like, again, you start to believe that, and you start to think like, I can't make good decisions. Like, and again, it's also because of sometimes life shows us that, like, you know, even when we think we're doing the right thing and we're on the right path, something comes along and just like screws it up. You know, in quotations, because, you know, everything is a lesson, everything is a test, everything is there to teach us something, and, you know, help put us on the right path to where we're going. But like I said, that's just been your experience, where you feel like when you take control of your life, things don't go so well. But that's not the case. You've been in control of your life this whole time. And like I said, you've got to this point where you can start to see the payoff. You're starting to feel the signs and synchronicities. You're starting to see that and feel that things are changing and that you have worked your ass off to get to a point where now you're going to start seeing results. And I just think with this Ace of Swords coming out, a big part of your journey right now is going to be letting go of the idea that you are not capable of calling the shots. You are not capable of following your intuition. Your intuition is extremely strong. And um, like I said, I think maybe at this point, maybe recently, you've been looking to the outside for a lot of answers. Maybe you're watching lots of tarot readings, which there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I do myself. Um, but again, as I mentioned a few times in this reading, there is a line between a healthy amount of something and an amount of something that is not serving your best interest. So I think this is a call for you at the moment to really, as much as you can, and like I said, do not cut off your ties with your spiritual connections. Do not stop looking for answers from spirit. They always want to help you. They always want to guide you, and they always will. And you can always ask them for anything, whenever you feel like you need it. Do not ever deprive yourself of that connection, because somebody says that, oh, you need to trust your own intuition more. Like, they are both true. Like, yes, you do need to reach out to spirit. You do need to, ask them sometimes, am I on the right path? But maybe use it more as a confirmation tool rather than, not not trying to first find the answer yourself. That's one thing that I've learned in my journey very much, is that, like, at a certain point I was asking certain questions of my spirit guides, and the cards that would come out is pretty much telling me, like, ask your intuition, trust your intuition, like, try to figure it out yourself first, you know what I mean? And then when I would take the time to do that, and I would be like, okay, I'm pretty sure this is it, then I ask for confirmation, and then it's right away. Spirit is there waiting for me. My higher self is there waiting for me. Like, yes, you did the work, you made the decision, this is how it's gonna, turn out, or you know what I mean? Stuff like that. I think that's what's coming out with this Ace of Swords here, is don't look for your epiphanies 100% from anybody else. Look within for that. I have this little thing on my wall here you guys can't see, but it says, you are always safe when you turn within. And it's really important for you to remember that. Like I said, you guys have had a certain experience, and maybe you feel sometimes that you can't trust yourself. But like I said, this is a turning point in your life, and your higher self really wants you to recognize that and feel that and believe that you have the tools to bring about your own mental clarity. But it is a process. It's a process of learning how to, like I said, let go of limiting beliefs, such as, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, which at the end of the day, none of us do. Don't worry about that. But we do our best to find stillness, to find peace, to find respite and solace from outside um, opinions and judgments, so that we can listen to our own heart and see what it wants to do, see where it wants to go. And that's really the message I'm getting here, is let go of the idea that you can't make your own decisions, and really, really trust more in yourself and your intuition. With this Temperance card in reverse coming out, so Temperance speaks of balance, and we're asking what to let go of. So what came to my mind just now is, temperance is about balance, and with this coming in reverse, maybe there's some kind of blockage there. So, speaking of some kind of imbalance that your higher self wants you to let go of. And what I got here was all or nothing thinking. So I don't know if that's resonating with you when I say that, but I'll try to go a little deeper and see what comes up with that. Um, as far as letting go of all or nothing thinking, um, yeah, I guess basically it's this idea of, with the priest card that came out, um, basically, yeah, when it comes to balance, I think of, you know, within the last, I don't know how many years, I'm not really good at history and stuff like that, but this idea of a spectrum has really been coming to light more, and I really love that people are thinking this way more, and realizing that this is how the world exists. It's not A and B, it's not black and white, it's not positive and negative. There's this entire spectrum that is infinite, that that things can exist in. And I think, again, based off, who you've been around and who you've grown up around, and just freaking society in general, like, it's really easy to get caught in that old way, that binary way of thinking of it's this or that. It's, one or the other. It's good or bad. Um, so I think the message I'm really getting from this Temperance card coming out in reverse here, and for reference, these last two are major arcana, so these are going to be, very important things for you going into the future here, um, with this Temperance coming out in reverse. Like I said, what your what your higher self wants you to let go of is that all or nothing thinking, that binary thinking, and really start to see things as a full spectrum, and find where you lie on that spectrum. And that's going to be for everything in your life. It's going to be for, you know gender expression, style, career, like, you know for example, say you want to do music. Like, it used to be, oh, you're a rock artist, you're a rap artist, you're, pop, you're this or that. But, like, in the last, again, I'm not even going to throw out a number of how many years, but um, in some time period here, we have seen people be able to blend R&B with pop, or rock and roll with electronic, like, all this kind of stuff. It's, if you can take that very specific example, and if you happen to be a musician, then big confirmation for you there. But no matter what you're doing, apply that principle. Like I said, apply it to your love life. There's a whole spectrum of how you want to date. There's a whole spectrum of, what kind of relationship you want. If you want kids, when you want kids. Like, it's not just, it has to be, in your 20s. It has to be in your 30s. Like, you can pick whenever and however you want to do whatever it is that you want to do in the world. You can find your place on the spectrum, and know that it doesn't have to match up with anyone else's spot on that spectrum. So yeah, that's the message I'm getting here with Temperance, is really letting go of that all or nothing kind of black and white thinking that has maybe been instilled in you up to this point. So now moving on to this Justice card, in reverse as well. I think that what this is telling me is, the energy I'm getting is to not worry about everything being fair, or being right, or being just. Like I said, life can be a lot more complicated than we tend to make it as humans sometimes, especially in just generalized society. And a lot of people, they expect life to be fair, and it's just not. If it depends on what your idea of fair is, but you know again, that's like another very black and white way of thinking. When we think of the justice card having the scales, there's only two sides to the scale, and it's either one's has more weight than the other, or the other side has more weight than the other. And there's like this potentially perfect balance in the middle, which in life, how long does it really last in life for anything to be in a perfect balance? That's more of something that's an idea, an ideal that we shoot for. um and as close as we can get to that, great. But to expect things to be perfect, to be fair, to be 100% balanced, or 100% anything, is not super realistic. And basically, another thing I'm getting from this is, you know as far as life not being fair and stuff, I know, as a person who has such a strong heart, um, yet who is also very sensitive. Um, it's hard to look around at the world and see so many cold, hard edged, selfish people out there being, successful. And that's something that's definitely, if you ask me, doesn't seem fair, if you're if you're asking me. But again, that's the way the world is. There's a much grander scheme and purpose and balance than we can really understand, and that's not our place to understand. We are just little human beings. So I think that's a big energy I'm getting from this justice card, is like, let go of needing to understand everything. Let go of needing to understand why the world is the way it is, and why certain things happen to you and not to someone else, and why some people seem to get what they deserve and some people seem not to. And some people seem to get things that they don't seem to deserve. Like, those are all judgments that we make, but that are not really up to us to make in reality. I think this is telling me to let go of, you know, trying to, figure out what's right and what's wrong in the world, and really just focus on yourself, focus on your own happiness. Like, don't think so much about what's right and what's wrong. Think about what feels right and what feels wrong to you, because that is all that matters. Life is completely subjective. My experience is totally different from yours. We can try as a society all day to agree on this thing is right, this thing is wrong, but at the end of the day, when you are in a situation and you feel that something needs to be done, or you feel that someone has done something wrong, like, or that you've done something wrong, again, this is more about keeping the judgments to yourself, letting you be the judge of yourself, and letting everyone else be the judge of themselves. We don't need to all be out here judging each other, because that doesn't really serve much purpose. When we judge our own actions, that serves much more of a purpose, um, than anything. So yeah, I think this is really saying to let go of others' judgments onto you, let go of your judgments onto others, and really focus on your judgment of yourself, what feels right and what feels wrong. Because I don't know if I finished what I was saying, or if I got kind of caught in a tangent, but when you're in a situation and something feels right or something feels wrong, other people might be telling you, like, oh no, actually that's wrong, oh no, actually that's right. but it doesn't matter what they say, because you are living your life, you're living your subjective experience, and you're the one that's going to have to live with the consequences of your actions, not them, and vice versa. So that's really the most important thing, and that's what's coming out here from this Justice card in reverse is let go of judging others for their actions, let go of letting anybody's judgments have any effect on you for your actions. Obviously, there's going to be times when someone close to you kind of checks you or puts you in your place, or, you know, maybe questions what you're doing and you agree. That's fine, but don't just take other people's word for, you know, the choices that you're making in your life. So yeah, now I'm gonna go ahead and move these over so that we can go into the inner child portion, and I'm gonna check the camera to make sure it's still recording. All right, thank the Lord. We are still live. We are still rolling. Okay, so now we're going to talk to your inner child specifically and see what's going on with them. You know, I already kind of have a feeling of what's, you know, the energy that's going to come out based off how many times I said earlier how this is probably what your childhood was like, or this was kind of the energy that you were brought up around. But that's the magic of, like I said, doing everything as if you were here. You really have no idea what's going to happen, but spirit usually comes through, you know, and tries to wow us with the synchronicities. So what does your inner child group 1 want to let go of at this time? Okay, and I will say, usually when the cards are taking a while to pop out, it might be kind of a heavy message, you know, that they kind of want to put delicately. So let's see what we have here. All right, we have number 18, Leela with support, and it came out in reverse. So if you haven't seen my channel before, these inner child cards come with the short, very small, one-page little story about the child that comes up and what message they have for you. And the upright description, the whole description kind of comes as one thing, and the reverse just has like a little extra message to it. So I'm going to go ahead and read everything for you now. What your inner child wants to let go of. Hey guys, I'm called Layla. My friends say I inspire them. I don't know how, but I always seem to know exactly what to say to make my friends and family feel better. I love to play and explore. I find power in breathing deep and being open to the fullness of life. I just really, really love being alive. Leela has one of those energies that just makes you want to smile and keep going. She is like a warm hug mixed with a motivational speech. You want to be your best self around her. When she shows up for your inner child, it means they are in need of some encouragement and play. Your inner child may be stuck in the mindset that life is boring and pointless. They might feel defeated and unsure of who they are. Layla is here to remind you and your inner child that hard times come and go, but we always have a choice in how we feel and how we respond. If you can breathe deep and find the rainbow after the storm, you'll see the power you have when you accept things the way they are and choose to move forward with a positive vibe anyway. And since it came out reversed, the extra little message here says, when reversed, you are coming to experience the joy and wonder in life. You are someone your friends and family love to listen to. Use Layla's presence today to reflect on how powerful you are. Wow, that's beautiful. So, I also like to show you guys these last couple parts. So there's always a mantra that comes with the inner child card, and this mantra is going to be something that will help you heal this energy. And the mantra for Layla is, I always have a choice in how I feel. And then here you can see there's some remedies and journaling questions to help deal with this energy and help, you know, sit with your inner child and heal these things. But yeah, with this coming out and being in reverse, you know, like I said, I had a feeling it was going to relate to the energy that came out before. But essentially, what your inner child wants you to let go of, like I said, is any part of you that doesn't see what an amazing, beautiful, you know, little ball of sunshine and fresh air that you are. It says here, you are someone your friends and family love to listen to. Use Layla's presence to reflect on how powerful you are. So, you know, I got that energy earlier of not, you know, not all of your friends and not all of your family might be, you know, exactly appreciating you the way you deserve. And if that's the case, then, you know, that's definitely something to let go of. Let go of relationships that don't make you feel empowered, that don't make you feel like your best self, that don't make you love being alive. That was one of the first messages here from Layla, is that you love being alive. Deep down in your heart, you are somebody who can find the joy in life in the darkest of times, and not everybody can do that, and that is so powerful. And that is something that deserves to be nurtured in you and to be supported and appreciated about you, and to be, you know, that you deserve to let out more. You know, and a lot of that comes from letting go of, like I said, people and situations that don't bring that out in you, that don't make you feel appreciated for that side of you. You know, at the end of the day, you know, even if just for a little while, sometimes it's just better to be alone. If you can be alone and appreciate life and be happy with life and have a really good day with yourself, than to be around others and have them take away from that in any way, you know. So what's coming through for me here as far as letting go is, like I said, let go of anything and anyone in your life that doesn't make you feel powerful and doesn't make you feel appreciated, because you deserve to be appreciated. You are such, like I said, just a wonderful, beautiful light in this world. You know, this child here has a rainbow and a peace sign on her shirt. You know, you're somebody who, you know, brings joy and peace into other people's lives. And if you find yourself not being like that, and again, like I said, everybody has off days. You don't have to always be this bright ray of sunshine. Sometimes you're gonna, you know, feel a little down. Sometimes you're not gonna have energy to be positive all the time, you know, and that's totally fine. But like I said, deep in your heart, even if you are having a bad day, you're still somebody who's kind, and you're still somebody who deserves to be appreciated and not looked at that because you're having a bad day, or because you made a mistake, that you're not just as worthy or that you're not just as beautiful as you are on your best days. So that's the message that's coming through for you there with your inner child. And now we're going to go to the final part. Well, actually, second to last part, but last part with the cards here. Of some final advice and just a comforting message from your, going back to your higher self now. As far as, you know, this whole situation, this stage of your life, Just one last thing that they would like to leave you with. So group one's higher self. What do you got for them? And I guess I will say I just looked over at that card, and the catchword for Layla was support. That's a word I think I could have used more in that interpretation, but I used, appreciated. Um, but I guess, people who make you feel valued and supported, that is the type of people and situations that you need to be surrounding yourself with, so to bring you more happiness. So we have Tower. Unplug and relax for a spell. So let's go ahead and see. It's time you took a step back and spent some quality time with your one true best friend, yourself. Look up some yoga videos on YouTube. Try out guided meditation. Read a book from a genre you might not usually read. Take a morning stroll around your neighborhood and discover places you've never been before. When we take the time needed to recharge, we're paying the greatest respect to ourselves. So yeah, again, one thing that really came up is outside influences, people in this world that are, putting, for lack of a better word, shitty ideas in your head about who you are and what you can do in this world and what you're worth, and what you deserve. So I think with this being, the final card coming out from your higher self, is that they really want you to just spend time, like I said, getting everyone else's voice out of your head and really thinking about, what do I want? What makes me happy? What makes me want to be alive? Like this, maybe yoga is something that you like that you don't make as much time for, but just in general, things that you like doing, especially involving your body. If you like to get out into nature, if you like to go to the beach, if you like to go to the woods, if you like to take hikes, if you like to go to the gym, whatever. It could be so many things, but if there's something that you're not making a lot of time for, involving your body, that will definitely help. When we move our body, when we use our body, it makes us feel more alive. It makes us feel happier naturally. It releases chemicals in our brains, in our bodies, that make us feel better. Um, there's some crystals in this card here. If you're into crystals already, if you want to start getting into them, that is something that's super huge, that I personally just recently started getting into, and it's helped my life for the better for sure. So if that's something that you're interested in, definitely look into that and, see how you can, keep your energy in mind more, and stay grounded in your own energy, and use crystals to remind yourself of your vibes, so that other people don't come in and just have that ability to fuck with your energy. You can feel protected with things like crystals. I see here some tea. I don't know if it looks like steam, but I was thinking whipped cream, um, which I don't even know if that would be so good with tea, but, it could be a hot chocolate or something. Just drinking warm things, for me, that's been another thing that I've been getting into recently. Drinking something warm, sitting down, reading a book, whatever it is, meditating, listening to music, even watching TV. Like, if that's something that you don't do as much as, you might like to. If it's something that you do all the time, I would say have caution with that. There are other things, that you could do with your time, or at least, focus on the things that you are watching. What kind of ideas are they putting in your head, um, about yourself or about the world around you? Um, but yeah, doing things like that. Here's this little plant, decorate your space, just feel relaxed, just get in touch with yourself, because you are amazing, and you are, like I said, coming into a period in your life where you're going to be getting a lot more recognition and achieving a lot of success. So, you know, again, letting go of all the things we talked about here, is going to help make space for this new chapter of your life. Um, you know, and definitely let go, like I said, as much as you can of that feeling of your past experiences being that things don't work out for you, because that is not going to be the case moving forward. I promise that. So yeah, that's the final message there from your higher self. Um, and also, like I said, unplug. I feel like that's very important. Unplug is something that always makes me feel better. I think just about anybody will tell you that if they can find the time and the space to unplug from your phone, from society, unplug, you know, from the matrix, you know, it is very refreshing, and it does bring you a lot of peace. And I really don't think that you're gonna, you know, unplug from your phone for a day and, you know, be feeling the next day like, oh man, I really wish I didn't go out and have my beautiful day in nature, because of all the things that I missed on Instagram or TikTok or whatever it is. Like, it's all the same stuff. It'll all still be there. It'll all keep coming back day after day. Like, time with yourself is something very special and very valuable, and especially being out in nature, that's something that's very, very healthy and very good for your body. So, and your mind, because your mind and your body are very connected. So now, finishing off with the spark magic matches, I'm going to pull two just in case, you know, one of them doesn't resonate with you so much. Hopefully at least the other will. And let's see what these have to say. And if you want to pick one, go ahead and do that now. Or you can just listen to both, see which one works best for you, or go with both. So this one here says, salt can be purifying. Try using salt to scrub away negative energy. All right, this is super true. This is not just some woo-woo thing. Like, you can talk to dermatologists and whatever, geologists, probably people who study crystals and um, geodes and whatever salt is. But you could tell how scientifically informed I am. But yes, salt is very purifying. There's many ways that you can use salt. Um, like I said, there's like facial scrubs, body scrubs. You can throw it in a bath, put it on your feet, all kinds of stuff. Look into it. That's just a suggestion for you there. This one says, spend some time in the dark. Love that. I got this match a while back, and I do this often because honestly, it is a whole different feeling. Like, I won't explain my experience too much, but just, you know, if this is something that calls to you, spend some time in the dark. Um, you know, it really feels good. Again, it kind of goes with that unplugging. You know, if you could turn off all the lights and just have a couple candles, um, that's fine too. It doesn't have to be like complete pitch black darkness if that's not what you want. But also, I interpret this as, um, when I think about darkness, I think about mystery. I think about the fact that in life there's a lot of things that are mysteries, and they're meant to stay mysteries, and they always will be mysteries. And I think with this saying, spend some time in the dark, I think it's saying that maybe one thing you could benefit from is kind of, you know, thinking about what are some mysteries that kind of plague you, that you kind of wish you could figure out, like what happens after I die, or I don't know. That's the biggest one that I always think of. That's something that's just like really a big mystery to us, and that we're kind of in the dark about. But that's where things like faith and belief come in. Is where, you know, something is a mystery, then you get to decide for yourself. Like, hey, nobody actually knows what's on the other side of this mystery. We're all in the dark about this, but we all have the choice um, to make our own belief. And we can stick to that, and if somebody else believes something different, like I said, we should respect that, because at the end of the day, there's just some things that nobody really knows. We're all just choosing to believe something. Okay, and I think that is all the messages I have for you, Group 1. Thank you guys so much for watching and for sharing your energy with me. This is one of those groups where I will say, I wish I could give you guys a big hug. You guys have a special place in my heart, and I'm really rooting for you going forward in your future. I have all the faith and belief in you guys. I feel your strong energy, and I know that you guys have been through a lot and come out the other side and spent every single moment, staying true to yourself, as far as being kind and being giving and being compassionate, and I really respect you for that. So if you guys enjoyed this reading, please let me and others know by hitting that thumbs up button. If there are any messages you have for me or anyone else in the community, please express those down in the comments. And if you would like to see this channel continue and see my channel grow, please show your support by subscribing to this channel. That would really mean a lot. And by telling any of your friends if they're into spiritual shit. So again, thank you guys so much. I'm sending you all much peace and love. And until next time, later. What up, Group 2? Welcome to your reading. If you chose this cool little key right here, this is going to be what your higher self wants to let go at this time. So, like I said in the intro, we're going to go ahead and start out with some oracle cards to get an energy check on just you guys and the current situation that you're going through. So all the decks that I use, I put in the description underneath the video. This is going to be the Misfit Oracle deck here. And I've been explaining in my readings now that I do shuffle everything on camera just because that's just kind of the style and the vibe that I'm deciding to go with. That's what I like. I like to treat it as if, you're getting a personal reading and you're right here with me. You're going to see everything go down, everything come out in real time. But I totally love all the other readers that, if they do pre-shuffled stuff, that takes away nothing from me. I still love those readings. It's just, gotta make it my own some way and follow my own inner compass. But basically, kind of just trying to fill the time here while I am shuffling, find something to say to you guys. But yeah, hopefully it's not too boring. It doesn't take too much time for me to shuffle these in front of you guys. But yeah, this is going to be what your higher self wants me to know about you guys and your current situation here. So, all right. So the first card we have here with the Misfit Oracle is Potion, number 5. The potion is a concoction of creativity and new ideas coming to fruition and translating to action. Concoction, action, creation, personal growth, new ideas. Okay, and 42, the Joyful. I know that the purpose of life is to be happy and live purposefully. So let's check out what the creators had to say about that. If you find yourself taking yourself too seriously, consult the joyful. She knows that life can be worth living if you let it be. And she wants you to remember the many opportunities to enjoy yourself that exist even when things look bleak and hopeless. When we are sad, experience loss, or are facing difficult circumstances of our own or another's making, we can come to feel that life has no purpose or meaning. But we must remember that happiness is a choice, no matter how difficult it is to accept this fact. The joyful wants to remind us that each moment is a gift and has special meaning. Sorrow does break our heart, but it can also make our hearts stronger by filling them with compassion for others who suffer. Both our joy and our suffering are meant to be shared so that we can comfort and inspire both ourselves and others to go on. We are all in the same situation as mortals. True joy can only come to us when we create a nurturing and supporting environment. Wow, that's beautiful. And coming with that, you guys got 2 cards here. Group 1 only had 1. So these must be very important to come together. The Uniter. I know love has come to unite me with my beloved. What makes love different from and more valuable than romance or sexual attraction or friendship or service or any other of the aspects of life is that love contains them all in their highest, most beautiful expression. Friendship and service and healing and everything else that is positive and life-affirming are all wonderful and have their important places in your life. However, when you love someone and they love you, all these things and more combine in a way you cannot imagine until it happens to you. When love is present, there is someone with us who we can trust to help us and advise us, someone who has our best interests at heart. We realize we are loved and admired, and in the company of a caring friend who will not leave us if we admit our weakness, we can examine the aspects of our personality that have given us pain. Love makes a sacred space in our lives where true growth and healing can happen. Wow. Again, very beautiful. And we have here with the, so this was the Intuition Oracle that those messages came from. And this one here is the Phantasma Oracle. And the card you guys got is the Peeper. So, there are times when secrets must be revealed, but they often need to operate on their own time. Some discoveries do more harm than good when forced. Okay, so what I'm getting here, I think I'm feeling a romantic situation here. So if you aren't going through anything like that right now, if you're not, on some level hoping for love or a relationship in the future, I don't believe this is your pile, but we'll see as we keep getting into the messages. But I'm getting that feeling off this first energy here that your higher self is showing to me, because in the first group I did not get that. I just got kind of an overall, if anything, more kind of career, life purpose oriented energy. But yeah, I'm really getting an energy here of somebody who is looking for love, So um, with this potion, like I said, looking for romantic love. Sorry. Okay, so to start off with this potion card, again, this talks about, making a plan, putting ideas together, putting that into action, and basically, this card makes me think of somebody, putting different ideas into this metaphorical potion, which basically is your action that you want to bring forward. And like I said, kind of, since I'm feeling the energy, I'm going to describe this as kind of like a love reading, essentially, but we'll get more into it in a minute. So with this potion card, what I'm feeling is that right now you're in a situation where you're really trying to put everything together for yourself. You're really trying to you've learned a lot from your past experiences, and you're learning how to put all those things together and make this potion of essentially yourself that is going to help you manifest what you want. When I think of a potion, I think of kind of like, a spell. And when we think about spells, it's essentially, saying words that bring something into existence, that cause some kind of action. I like to think about those things very metaphorically when they come up here in a reading, because that's essentially what we do here. We work with symbolism and deeper meanings and stuff like that. So yeah, with this skeleton here coming out of the potion, I also think that it's like represents death and change. There's like I said, there's been many past versions of yourself, and you're kind of taking the things that you've learned to let certain things die off. Of course, we are talking here about things that we're trying to let go of. So, like I said, your goal in mind is that you want a new chapter for yourself. You want yourself to be different than you have been in past relationships, and you want this new relationship that you're looking for to be different than your other relationships that you've had in the past. So with this joyful card coming out here, I know that the purpose of life is to be happy and live purposefully. I think that this is coming out. Actually, I'm going to start with the Peeper card. So the Peeper was talking about some things are meant to be revealed only at the right time. There's some things that if you know it too soon, it ruins the whole experience. A great example I like to use for this type of message is a movie. If you skip to the end of the movie and you learn the ending, then kind of everything leading up to it becomes immediately less important, less meaningful, less exciting. Like it just completely takes away so much of the experience of getting to that ending point. So with this Peeper card coming out here, I think that's kind of the message I'm getting is, you're putting, you have this plan of, wanting to make the right version of yourself who's ready for a relationship to come in, and you are imagining this person that you're ready to have a relationship with, and you think you would have a good relationship with, and you are, I feel, on the right track there. You have a good energy, you have a good head on your shoulders about you, but you might be a little impatient. That's with this Peeper card coming out here, I feel like that's definitely a message that I'm getting about you here, is that you're wanting to know, maybe when is this gonna happen? Who is it gonna be? Um, how will I know it's them? You're trying to know all the steps of the way, um, rather than just living through them. So this joyful card talked about, every step of the journey is to be enjoyed. So I think that's kind of already messages I'm getting here from your higher self, of that, like I said, you're feeling like you're ready for love, or almost ready for love, and you want to know when is it gonna happen? Like, where is it? And I think that with these cards coming out here, the message is, to enjoy where you're at right now, enjoy being alone with yourself and getting to know yourself and becoming the best version of yourself. um, because until you do that, it's going to affect your relationships with others. If your relationship with yourself is not super solid, and you're not coming from a place where you're looking for someone, where you've built a life that you enjoy, daily. Obviously not everybody feels totally happy every single day. Life goes through ups and downs. We have periods of sadness and darkness and depression, things like that. That's natural. But for the most part, when you build a life that you're happy with, um, that's when you're ready to have somebody come in and add even more value to it. You're not coming from a place where you're like, oh, I have everything except somebody to help me pay for this thing, or somebody to so I don't look like a loser going to the movies by myself, or whatever it is. Like, if you like going to the movies, go to the freaking movies by yourself. Who cares what other people think? If that brings you joy to see movies on the big screen, like, that's something that would be beautiful if you can do by yourself, for yourself. And then again, if you can kind of live in that energy of doing all the things that you imagine doing with a partner, but having, the independence and the strength and the self-love to do those things by yourself, even though other people might say, like, oh, usually people do that with like a friend, or people do that with a partner. Like, so what does usually have to do with what I want right now? Like, um yeah, basically, yeah, the message I'm getting here is, there's a lot of joy to be had in life, and you don't need a partner to do that. You can do those things by yourself. You can do those things with platonic friends. You can find joy in moments with your family. There's a lot of things that you have right now that your higher self and that spirit wants you to enjoy, before you get into this phase where you have a partner. Because a lot of times, if you're not ready for that partner to come in, then you get with your partner, and then you just want to do every single thing with them, and then you stop spending time with your friends, you stop spending time with your family. And I don't think that's what your higher self really wants. I think they want you to have a full, balanced life that's just full of happiness and joy. And I think part of that for you is going to be having space and time to spend alone, space and time to spend with friends, space and time to spend with your family, and space and time to have with your partner. And then when the time is right, you will be able to, mix and mesh all of those things, and it's going to be so beautiful. Um, and then with this Uniter card coming out saying, I know love has come to unite me with my beloved, um, you know, one message I'm getting here is to, again, understand that the way that the book was describing, true love here as being, kind of the ultimate version of love. Doesn't matter if it's romantic, doesn't matter if it's friendship, doesn't matter if it's love for yourself. Like, true love, you know what it feels like. You feel safe, you feel supported, you feel accepted. Like, all these things Um, I think this is kind of a confirmation there, saying to make sure that you have those things for your for yourself. Make sure that you accept yourself. Make sure you support yourself. Like, maybe there are ways that you feel like you need other people's approval to feel like you can tell them something. But really, that's not the case. You can tell people the honest truth, whatever it is that you're into, whatever it is that you like to do, whatever it is that you want to do, that you are doing. You can tell people that, and um, if they don't support you in that, then they don't truly love you. And one of the things that it said in this card that I really liked was having, true people who truly love you. They have your best interests at heart. Um, so I think this is making sure to remember that, because sometimes when we're so impatient looking for love, we kind of can end up accepting something less than this and saying like, oh well, it's more on a subconscious level. We don't actually say this to ourselves, but it's like, oh well, they have almost everything that I'm looking for. So these other things, like, maybe we can figure it out later, or maybe I'm just being too picky, or maybe I wasn't being realistic. Like, and then later, those things that deep down that you want and you deserve and that you're looking for, um, that just might not be compatible with this person. um, they're gonna grow, and they're gonna kind of gnaw at you, and eventually, the relationship might last. So I think this is saying to really think about, who are the people in your life right now who truly make you feel loved, and what are the ways that you treat yourself that you can see and you can feel that you're not truly loving yourself in those ways. Those things need to be addressed before you can look ahead and know, you know, I think basically what I'm getting here is you're not going to know when this person that you're looking for and that you're trying to manifest is coming in. I think it's going to be a surprise because, like I said, with this joyful card, um, saying that you need to enjoy every part of the ride, I think that's going to make it so much more enjoyable for you to have this love story where you were, working on yourself, you were enjoying your time with your friends and your family, and, it wasn't this thing where it's like, oh, I was so lonely and I really needed somebody, um, and then they came in and they saved me. Like, I don't think that's your gonna be your story. I don't think that's a story that you're meant for, that would make you most happy. I think the story that your higher self wants for you, and that you deep down want for yourself, is to be somebody who's like, yeah, I was living my best life. I worked hard to be okay with being single, and worked hard to get to know myself, and be good to my family and my friends, and spend good time with them. And then, as I was living my best life, I met the most amazing person who was doing the same thing. They were out here being independent, living their best life, and we chose each other. We weren't in a place where we needed each other, where we were lonely and lacking, and that's why we latched onto each other and became codependent. No, it's like you both met each other like going into the prime of your life, and then you're gonna just stumble upon each other and know intuitively, you're gonna feel that energy. You're gonna feel that this is somebody that's on your level, that, like I said, you may still need to work to get to, but they are doing that as well. You guys are gonna be equals. You guys are gonna be united in true love. But again, you can only love someone as much as you love yourself. So that's like one of the key things is think about ways that you are not fully having your own back, and ways that maybe you're looking to outside sources to kind of fill in these voids of love that you're not currently all the way able to give to yourself, because that's going to be a huge factor in this person coming in. So that's what I'm getting here from this energy check with your oracle cards here. And I'm just going to move these over here, maybe like that, so it's not all scrunched up. And we are going to move on to the tarot and see more specifically what your higher self is wanting to let go of at this time. So yeah, we kind of explained or got the energy here of, you know, that you know what you want, and we already got a little bit of a message there as far as letting go of needing to know the future and when and how everything is going to happen, and really think about the why. Why are you looking for this person? Like, is it because you're lacking something? Is it because you're being impatient and lonely? Or, you know, is it because you are really in a place where you're ready to have this great love story and have the right space and time and energy and have all the things that you want to receive available to give to someone else as well. So let's see what your higher self has to say here. What does group 2 really deep down want to let go of right now? Okay. Jesus. All right, so that is a lot, but I think they are supposed to be here. So the fact that the Six of Wands came out first, I think, is significant, and we will see what's up with the rest of these. Okay. So, with the Six of Wands coming out first, I'd say that's probably like the I don't know. I was going to say the most important message, but I think everything, in a reading is important. So I'm just going to say that the Six of Wands came out first. Maybe it's like the first thing that you're supposed to work on. But basically, the Six of Wands is a card talking about recognition. You're, you know, you've had some type of success, or, you know, you're just a great person and people are appreciating you. They're showing you appreciation. You have some kind of platform where people can appreciate you, and you're feeling very seen and very recognized by others around you. So with this coming out in reverse and coming out to the question of what your higher self wants you to let go of, I think is, you know, I think I had said at some point that, you know, there was this energy of you worrying about what other people think. Like I said, maybe there's some part of you that feels like, you know, to some level you do appreciate yourself as a single person, but there's definitely, I think, a part of you that feels like if you had a partner, then other people would see you as more, almost like more valid of a person, more valuable, more worthy of praise or something like that, which I think is a big thing that society instills in us, and kind of just this thing that floats around. You know, if somebody's single, especially if they're older, And I am in that club myself. But it's like people look at you or they'll ask you like, "Oh my gosh, why are you single? Like, you're so attractive, or you're so nice, or you're so this, or you're so that. Like, why don't you have somebody? You should have somebody, like, because you're so amazing." But it's like, if we really unpack that, like, and that is such a like socially prevalent thing. Like, I think everybody can really. I don't think me saying that you're gonna be like, oh really, I've never heard somebody say that. Like, no, almost everybody in general society, like, has this idea of, oh, if you're a good person, then you should have somebody, because that's like the ultimate form of love. But with this uniter card, there is no ultimate form of love. There's I mean, the ultimate form of love is unconditional love, but that's not only found from a romantic partner. Like, you can't just look at somebody and because they don't have a romantic partner, like, assume that their life is any less awesome as somebody who doesn't have a romantic partner. Like, especially, people who are asexual, aromantic, like, they will never have a romantic partner. Are you telling me, I'm talking to society here, not you guys. I'm just saying, are you telling me that because these people will never have a romantic partner and that's not something that they desire, um, and not something that's meant for their life path, that their life is just going to be inherently like more sad than somebody who ends up married with children and all this stuff? Like, it's just kind of ridiculous the way that society tries to put things in boxes and kind of compare things that have no need to be compared at all. So I think, with the Six of Wands coming out first, a big thing for you to think about is, what are your beliefs and what are other people's beliefs, and what are things that you are feeling, or maybe even actions that you're taking that are based around that idea of you feeling that maybe just inherently, if you had a partner, that, like, by having a partner your life is automatically better than when you don't have a partner. Because, like I said, and like that card said with the uniter, there are so many other forms of love. There is self-love. You can have love from a freaking pet, an animal, and that is like a lot right there. Love from your family, love from your friends, just so many things um, that bring us just as much fulfillment as love from a romantic partner. So definitely something to think about there. With Temperance coming out, um, mm, I see. So Temperance generally talks about balance, having a good balance of everything in your life, not doing anything too much in excess. And I think this, as I'm trying to, channel the meaning of this Temperance card from your higher self, my eye keeps getting pulled over to this Potion card. And like I said, the energy of the Potion card is somebody who's like, it's like very calculated. Like I said, when you're making a recipe or when you're making a potion, things are calculated. You need this much of this, you need that much of something else, and then that's how you find your perfect, recipe, and that's how you get your perfect result. But I think with this Temperance card coming out is something that you need to let go of. And like I said, with me being drawn to that Potion card simultaneously, I think the message for you here is to understand that um, sorry, I was gonna laugh, but I'm not trying to be rude. It's just, like I said, the things that society instills in us, it does kind of make me laugh because it's so silly. Like, it's so just not based in reality. Like, we think that there's some some perfect way that we can plan um, for our ideal love, romantic love to come into our life. But there's really not. Like, there's so many things that happen every single day that are like either a little bit or way out of our control. And these things really teach us a lot, and they make us who we are, and they lead us to our destination, like I said, in ways that we cannot ever see along the way. Like I said with that movie analogy, like when you watch the movie from the beginning, a lot of times you don't see the ending coming, or at least you don't see it coming exactly the way it does. Like, um, you go through times of like believing that something's gonna happen, and then something bad happens, and you're like, oh my gosh, this is going bad. I don't know how this is gonna end up. But then later, things can start looking up again, and then you have faith again. That's the reality of life. The reality of life is not like doing everything perfectly and planning everything out so that everything works out exactly how you plan. If you can meet somebody who can tell you that their life went 100% according to their plan, and they perfectly planned the outcome of their life, then please let me talk to that person, because I would be very surprised. And honestly, I would probably ask a lot of questions, because I would not believe them. Because I don't think that's possible. I think life is, again, this joyful card talking about enjoying the journey. Like, life is so unexpected sometimes, and if we really can just sit and enjoy that rather than trying to fight that truth, um life can just be way more enjoyable. If you're always, because a lot of like for me, frustration comes from when your expectations are different from your reality. So when your expectation is for your plans to always come to fruition, when your expectation is for life to be able to be planned every step of the way, you're gonna be so fucking frustrated so much of the time, because that is just not how life works. Like, you need to have realistic expectations about life and expect the unexpected, because unexpected things happen, like I said, almost daily in our lives. So, you know, that's really the message I'm getting from your higher self with this temperance card, is let go of expecting life to always go according to your plan. Let go of expecting that you're going to see everything coming before it happens. We do in this community work with manifestation techniques, but part of it is surrendering to spirit. We're co-creating with spirit. We're co-creating with the universe. We are not we are not spirit. We cannot just create whatever we want. We are not all powerful. We are divine beings having a human experience, and that's a huge thing that takes us a long time to figure out how to cope with. But that is the reality, and it's a reality that, like I said, at the end of the day, as long as you're expecting it to be that way, it can be very beautiful and enjoyable. So now with this Seven of Wands coming out in reverse as something to let go of, the Seven of Wands, yeah, I mean, that makes sense coming right after that. So Seven of Wands talks about because it comes after the Six of Wands. Like I said, the Six of Wands talks about you're successful, you're in a place where people are looking at you and recognizing you. Seven of Wands is like, okay, now I have something, and now I need to fight to protect it. I have to fight. People are jealous of me, people are envious, people are now trying to take that from me. Seven of Wands is kind of like the battle to hold on to what you have earned, basically. So a couple things I'm getting from this. The first thing I will say is, again, this joyful card seems to be coming back a lot. This initial energy is getting called to very much. So the Seven of Wands in reverse here for letting go of something. I think one part of this, the message behind this card is that I think you know, like I said, when you're viewing life as my expectation is for me to plan this thing and for it to go that way, um, it can always seem like I said, not only can it be incredibly disappointing and frustrating, but it can feel like you're fighting a battle all the time. It can feel like you're it's you against the universe. Like you have your plan, and then the universe is like throwing stuff in your way, and you're having to fight through all that to stick to your plan. And I think a lot of people get fucked up by that. I know I have very much in the past before I opened up more to, you know, these spiritual ways of thinking and surrendering things that I don't have all the control over. Um, but yeah, like I said, it can feel like it's you against the universe, but that's only the case if you make it so. If you're putting your own plan over the universe's plan, you know, I'm sorry, but the universe's plan is going to win. Like, sorry. And you're going to be fighting the whole time and missing out on so much joy because you're trying to take control of things that you do not have control over. So, with the Seven of Wands coming out in reverse here, I think the message of what to let go of is the idea that the universe is in any way doing anything other than having your back and loving you unconditionally and trying so hard to bring you what is meant for you. The universe is not here to bring you what you think you want, or you know, yeah, because again, that's why I talk to higher selves in my reading. I don't talk to your 3D self because they're even my 3D self, like all our 3D selves, they got baggage, they got stuff in the way, um, you know, control issues, stuff like that. We all have these things. We have egos. Like we are as humans, we will always have egos, and that kind of stuff can get in the way at times. Like I said, from a grander purpose and greater things at work around us. Our you know the whole thing of mice and men. I don't know if you guys have read that, but there's that saying that says the best laid plans of mice and men go often awry. Look at that freaking book and read that book of mice and men and tell me how it works out for George trying to control his life and having everything go to his plan, and trying to stick to his plan the entire time. It does not work out. Like sometimes you have to, yeah, surrender to the universe's plan. But basically, like I said, my main thing here that I'm getting from your higher self is to remember that the universe is not ever against you. Even if there are things throwing wrenches in your plans, making your plan not work out, rather than thinking, why is the universe doing this to me? Why are they not helping me achieve my plan? Instead of that, think, okay, the universe loves me. The universe is looking out for me. Why are they messing with this plan? Is there something wrong with my plan? Is this maybe not something that I really want? Because I guarantee if you ask those kinds of questions, you will find the reason for why the universe is fucking up your plans. It's because you're not meant to go that way, dude. Like they're sending you signs, they're sending you signals, they're closing doors to you. You know, if a door is closed to you, you're not meant to go through it. So the more you fight and try to get through that door, you know, you might do it, but you're going to find out that, damn it, like, oh, that's why it was so hard to get here. That wasn't even what I really wanted. Like the universe always has your back. It's always looking out for you. And yeah, sorry, that was just so much trying to come in at once. Another thing that was coming in the middle of all that was the movie Bruce Almighty. If you guys have never seen that or haven't seen it in a while, I suggest you watch that movie because with this message coming out here and that thing that I said of feeling like God or the universe is against you, that's like what that whole movie is about. You know, the main guy, Jim Carrey, is Bruce, and he's kind of going through that feeling of God is against me, God is ruining all my plans. And then, I'm not going to give away the whole movie, but he goes through experiences that, like I said, pretty much show the message that's coming through for you here from your higher self and from spirit, that like the universe, God is never against you. They want the best for every single last one of us because we all inherently deserve that. And then the only other thing, I don't know if this message is going to be everybody, but I just feel the need to say it with the Seven of Wands. Like I said, um, one thing that it can talk about is you having a respectful position and having to fight other people for it. So I would say just watch out for jealousy. Maybe some of you guys have, some lingering things about jealousy that's also something you need to work on before you can find this new romantic partner. Because again, like, if that's something that you have not let go of and you are holding on to this idea of being jealous and trying to control your partner is going to make them stay longer, is going to help you from losing them, that's not the truth. Like, oh man. Sorry, a lot of messages for this group. So there's two things that I'm thinking about here. One is there's this metaphor of, if you're holding sand, the tighter you hold a handful of sand, the quicker it's going to slip out of your hand and you're going to have nothing left. So that comes with, I think, jealousy for me is like the more you try to control a situation and control your partner, the more it's just going to push them away rather than actually, keeping them closer to you. So I would say tend towards freedom in your relationship if that's what you really want, is a long lasting and healthy relationship. The other metaphor slipped away from me, but there was something else about jealousy and holding on tightly to your partner. I mean, I guess like the whole thing about another one just popped in my head. If you love something, you set it free, right? If you love something, you let it be free, and if it's meant to be, it comes back to you. So that's also another thing to think about when it comes to terms of a romantic relationship and, being jealous and trying to control somebody from, breaking your heart. And that leads me to my last thing to talk about when it comes to that is, one thing I've learned in my experience is that true trust is not, oh, I'm never going to, it's not words, it's not deals that you make with somebody. It's not saying, oh, I'm never going to talk to somebody that I might be able to leave you for, and you aren't going to talk to anybody that might come in between us, so then we can totally trust each other because you don't have any friends of the opposite sex or the same sex or whatever kind of relationship you're in. But like I said, the main idea is somebody that could possibly take your partner away. That's not trust. Trust is not removing any opportunity for someone to break your heart. True trust is giving someone every opportunity to break your heart and trusting that they are not going to do that. If you can do that and they can live up to that, that is true trust, and that is going to be true love, because somebody who truly loves you and who's truly meant for you would never ever ever do something to hurt you like that. And like I said, no matter how much you try to control that, somebody, if that is their intention and that is the kind of person that they are, they will find a way. There's nothing you can do to stop them from doing that. So if anything, let it be over quicker if that's what's meant to happen. Give them every freedom to break your heart. And if they do that, know that you didn't do anything wrong and that the next person, will treat you right. Like, but to be controlling, to be jealous, like that's not going to save you from anything. It's just going to cause more stress, and it's just going to have a lack of trust and a shaky foundation on your relationship. Okay, so Queen of Crystals here. coming out in reverse. So, Queen of Crystals is somebody who's very, um, they're a queen. They're very successful. They have a lot, and the crystals is, equivalent to the pentacles or coins in traditional tarot. And this speaks of material things, material abundance, material matters. So that can be, financially or just anything material, work, jobs, things like that. Excuse me. Um, so with the Queen of with the Queen of Crystals coming out in reverse here for something you need to let go of, I think that maybe part of your identity in relationships might be how much you can materially provide for your partner, because the Queen of Pentacles or the Queen of Crystals here is, somebody who, like I said, is very materially abundant, and they're very nurturing with that abundance. So with this coming out both in reverse and as something to let go of, I think what that's telling me is that something your higher self wants you to let go of is this idea that in order for you to be a worthy partner, that you have to constantly be bestowing material possessions or abundance onto your partner. Again, true love has nothing to do with what somebody needs from you or what you're gonna give to them materially. Like in a small way, or in a profound way, yes. Like obviously, if we're talking about a mother and child dynamic, like a mother is going to materially give to their child, things like milk, warmth, blankets, clothes, shelter, food, those kinds of things, okay? But it's not like, those are the things that show true love, as far as giving material things. But, just because one mother gives their child, designer bibs and clothes and, um, you know, top of the line organic baby food and like baby skincare, whatever, like it might be, these like extra type of things that not everyone can provide. That doesn't make that mother better than another mother who has to go, to the dollar store or to a food kitchen or whatever, or beg on the freaking streets to provide for their child. Like that is just as much love. Like that's what's really important, is the love behind those material things. So, like I said, as far as this card coming out, the message that I'm feeling coming through from your higher self is saying that, yes, giving material things to your partner is a strong act of love. Giving gifts is a love language, yes, but there's a difference between, giving a gift because it shows a deep amount of love, and giving a gift because you're lacking love for yourself and you're afraid of losing somebody if you're not constantly giving them things or showing that you're worthy, or that this person shouldn't want to lose you because then they would lose all these things that you give them. Like I think that message is coming through here. I don't want to dig too deep into that. I already feel like this is a really tough reading, and I really really respect you guys and appreciate you guys if you're sitting through this whole thing, because I was just looking at a post from Lexi the Leo yesterday, and her pretty much talking about how people are, in a sense, like trashing her for giving messages like this in relationship readings, because all they want to hear is this idealized version of how their true love is going to come in and everything's going to be great. And when she comes in delivering messages like this, which again, we're just readers, we're just here to deliver the messages of whoever we're speaking with in the spirit world to you. um, for your best good. Um, and people get upset about that. They don't want to hear it. So again, I just really respect you guys if you're sitting listening to this and taking all of this in and not saying like, oh, screw this, I'm a good person, like I don't need to hear this. Like, you are such a good person, you are an amazing person, and your true love is literally around the corner. And you've done so much work already to to you know like I said, go through your experiences and learn from them. I get all that energy as well. um, but there are just some little last tweaks of things that you know you can old ways of thinking that you can let go of, that will really bring you the most happiness, and bring you the ideal relationship that you're looking for. So again, thank you guys. You guys are very, very strong, very smart, very loving, and you guys have a beautiful love, coming in for you. So now, last card with the Seven of Swords, coming out as something to let go of. Seven of Swords can talk about deception a lot of times, but it can also, another thing that it can talk about is acting strategically. So I think I can get a little bit of both of that from this energy here. I think, this going back with the temperance and the potion, what it's saying to let go of is, like I said, trying to be so strategic about everything and saying, okay, well, if I do this, then that's gonna happen, and then that's gonna happen. Like, try more to, like I said, take it day by day, find joy, find love in the little things, find love where it already exists in your life, live in more love. This is the energy of attraction. If you guys have read The Secret or watched the like movie about it, or just heard about the law of attraction, like, the more that you can live in love, the more love that you will attract. The more that you can appreciate the people around you, the more appreciation that you will receive in return. Like, it's just whatever energy that you are and you are truly putting out, um, and that you are truly living in, that's what you are going to, Jesus, attract. um, So yeah, the more that you can see every day as a gift and full of joy, the more joyful days that you will attract. And I think a lot of people get messed up with this because they start doing that, and then bad things still happen, or little wrenches get thrown in the gears, and then they say like, "Oh, this isn't working," or "Oh, that's all bullshit." Like, you can't just be positive and expect things to stay that way. And that's true, you cannot. Like, you're not only gonna attract the things you want. There are also gonna be, it's a freaking world of I really show my true intelligence here, or where my intelligence is based when it comes to stuff like statistics and numbers or history, those types of things, because I I don't know the exact number of people on the world. Okay, I think there's something like 8 billion, maybe. I hope I'm not too far off there and embarrassing the hell out of myself, but something like that. And there's animals, and there's plants, and there's just all kinds of moving pieces in this world. Um, you're not gonna just get the same thing every day. You're not just gonna have um, a beautiful, joyous day all day, every day. It's not possible. There's too much going on in the world. Suffering is part of the human experience. Um, but again, it's about, going through that experience, letting yourself feel your feelings, letting yourself be sad when you're sad, letting yourself be frustrated when you're frustrated, but not, it's when you live in that emotion. Like I said, it's when something gets in the way of your plan and you get frustrated, and then you say, I'm gonna stay. I mean, you don't say it, like I said, it's more of a subconscious thing, but when you stay frustrated and then you start putting that frustration, like I said, towards the universe, and then saying, until my plan goes the way I want, I'm gonna be frustrated. Like, that's when you start, living in more frustration. So it's like that one little frustrating moment or that one little frustrating situation turned into this prolonged frustration when, like I said, you can choose to. This said, joy, being happy is a choice, as hard as that is to accept for a lot of us. um, when that frustrating things happens, like I said, you can feel frustrated, you can be like, oh, what the hell, why did that happen? But really think about why that happened and be open to, like I said, oh, maybe this happened for my best interest. Maybe this didn't happen to just piss me off and send me down a negative spiral. Maybe this happened to protect me and send me in a better direction. And then, if you can take that frustrating moment and help it build your faith with the universe and build your trust in them and build your love for yourself, and know that you aren't just a fuck up, and that we're all just on the same journey here. um, and know that you are loved and you are being guided towards the right things, then boom, you can get right back into that positive, joyful energy and keep attracting more love. Like I said, I think I illustrated that pretty decently, as far as letting a frustrating moment lead to more frustration and attracting more frustrating circumstances, and letting that frustration be frustrating, letting yourself feeling your feelings, and then going back to finding joy and finding peace, and love in your life, and focusing on that and attracting more of that. um, Excuse me. And yeah, I guess the last thing with this Seven of Swords coming out as something to let go of is, um like, when it comes to deception, I don't think this is telling me that you're somebody who just like lies to people because you're an asshole or something like that. Like, I think this is talking about, when it comes to our self-worth, sometimes we do tell little lies, or we can be a little deceptive, because we're afraid of rejection. Sometimes if we're, um, like, I'll use myself as an example. So, um, I recently was at like a family thing, and there was somebody that was like, um, a friend of my family. I didn't know them, but I could just tell they were somebody who was like, not really on the spiritual path. They were a little bit older, and they asked me if I was going to school. And, it's not that I'm ashamed of my path and that I, just have a 9 to 5 job and I'm here making YouTube videos and working on my spiritual growth and growing as a tarot reader on the side. Um, but I just didn't feel the I didn't want to get into that with this person that I knew wasn't really going to understand. So I kind of just like steered the conversation away, and like, you know found an excuse to leave the conversation at some point. So it's things like that. Like, when it comes to like that situation where it's somebody that I don't even really know and that I'm not gonna have a relationship with, you know sometimes it's not that big a deal to do little things like that and keep parts of ourselves safe and protect our energy. But when you're looking for, the one, if that's what you're looking for, which I think you are, like, you're looking for some kind of, ideal partner, yeah, I think you are looking for the one. Um, that is not going to serve you here in every way. Like, completely be yourself. Anything that you might think is shameful or that somebody would reject you for, put it out there. It was kind of the same thing I was saying about jealousy. Like, give this person every chance to break your heart and send you packing so you can send them packing, and you guys cannot mess with each other anymore because they're not the right one for you, you're not the right one for them. Like, again, rejection is divine protection. So if a door is closed to you, if you open your heart to somebody and you tell them the truth and they say, oh, I'm not down with that, or oh, I'm gonna now judge you because of that and you're not good enough for me, you don't want that person. That person was never meant for you, because when the right person comes along and you find this true love, again, like I said, if we're talking about a parent or just that kind of dynamic where it's somebody who truly loves you and has your best interests at heart, friend, grandparent, whatever, um, you can tell that person anything and they will look at you with compassion. They will not see you any differently. They will see you as a human being who is still worthy of all of their love and support. Like, so yeah, that's just the last message coming here. Let go of trying to protect yourself from rejection. Opening yourself up to rejection, again, is the quickest way that you're going to find, that you're going to attract what you're looking for. Because if you're living in this energy of being afraid of being rejected, then you're going to attract somebody who's also afraid of being rejected, and then you're both going to be holding back from each other, and it's not going to be the true love that you're looking for. But if you are just out here opening your heart to, you know, as many people as it takes to find the person who's also strong enough to do that, you're going to attract the most amazing person that you never even knew existed, that can accept you for every single part of yourself, and you will be able to accept them for every single part of themselves. And that is true love, and that is going to be so beautiful, and I know that's what you're looking for. So oh man, a lot of messages for you guys in this reading. We're now going to go over to the inner child oracle and see what your inner child wants to let go of. And I'm just going to check on my phone to make sure we're still recording. We are. Okay, so let's see what your inner child wants to let go in order to help you heal and live your best life. Man, you got two of these also. A lot of messages for you guys. Okay, so we have Ruth with trauma, number 9, and Anais with laughter, number 30, in reverse. So we're going to start with Ruth with trauma. And I always just like to say, if you guys haven't seen my channel, I like to use these inner child cards at some point in every reading, because I believe this is something huge. This is something that we need to be dealing with every day, because at the end of the day, we are all just grown-ass children trying to live as adults. And we carry around so much baggage and so much trauma from our childhoods that if we don't deal with it, then, like I said, we're not going to be living our best lives, and it's going to spill out into our relationships. So, and you know, it's really going to affect our relationships with ourselves, and our ability to perform in the world and receive all the blessings that we're looking for. So let's see what message we have here for Ruth with trauma. My name is Ruth. My nervous system is running haywire. After long-term trauma, I developed CPTSD, and most of my days are spent trying to control my anxiety and triggers. My energy is blown out because I am constantly on alert for what might go wrong. I don't have the strength to fight anymore. I think I will just lie down and let life have its way with me. Ruth represents the trauma of your inner child. She is here to let you know that you are not alone. Like Ruth, your inner child is scared, and the constant fear is creating new pathways in your nervous system that can cause you to react. Like Ruth, your inner child is scared, and the constant fear is creating new pathways in your nervous system that cause you to react physically to triggers. Anxiety. This is a call to start the deep inner work. Find a healer, mentor, or coach specializing in trauma. Buy self-help books and do the work. Ask for support. It's important to talk to someone in your life about the healing work you are starting so they can support you. Big deep breaths and baby steps will keep you moving in the best direction for your healing. And then every inner child card that comes out has a mantra that you can, you know, hopefully repeat and will help you deal with this energy and healing this. And the mantra for Ruth is, I am safe. It is safe to ask for support. I deserve to heal. So that's beautiful there. And then there's also, I show you guys these remedies and journaling questions in case that's something that you want to do in your own time later. So yeah, you can screenshot that if you like. But what I'm getting here with this Ruth card coming out as something that your soul wants to let go of is the energy I got from this is, you know, it's not just saying let go of your trauma, like that would be very, very silly to come from the spirit world. What this is telling me is that maybe, like I said, I got a lot of messages in this reading about control, about you trying to control things, and I think maybe that causes you to suffer in silence a lot of the time, and you do not deserve that. Nobody deserves that. I think what your inner child really, really hopes for you is that you can let go of this idea that being strong means doing everything by yourself, because that's just not true. Sometimes when you try to do everything by yourself, it can make you weaker because you only have so much energy as one person, and as human beings we exist because of other humans. You cannot give birth to a human and have it survive on its own. You cannot. You have to raise it, you have to feed it, you have to teach it how to live and fend for itself for many years. And it's so terrible that our society, especially lately, just really idealizes and glorifies hyper independence. It's just not realistic. It's not something that serves us. It's going to destroy us as human beings. We are not meant to be raised and be fostered into existence and be cared for just to run around doing everything for ourselves and thinking that that's the way to live. Sorry, I don't mean to get on a rant there. I just want you to know that, like, there's no shame in the way that you've been living and that you've been trying to handle everything on your own. I think that's, you know, that is admirable, and I think that comes from a place of you trying to of you trying to protect people around you because you don't want to bring them down with your anxiety and your issues and things that you're going through. But just know that you're not the only one going through these things, and like it says here, maybe, and like I was talking about with attraction earlier, maybe you'll see that the more you speak about these things and the more that you accept these things about yourself and let go of fear of being judged for going through these things and feeling these ways, that you'll see that you're not the only one, and you'll see that there are people who, when you tell about this, they will say, hey, excuse me, and they'll say, you know what, I'm going through that too, or I've gone through that for a long time. And you know, maybe they can tell you something that's helped them, or maybe they can just hold you or give you a hug or just make you feel excuse me, maybe they can give you some of their strength, to help you through what you're going through, and know that that is not a weakness for you to deserve that, for you to need that. That does not make you a weak person. That just makes you a person. And as I was saying that, the song "Lean on Me" um, came out. You can listen to whatever version you like. It's a very popular song. Um, but I think the lyrics and just the song in general, "Lean on Me," will be very impactful to you if you listen to that. Um, and just know that there are people out there who you can lean on, and that who want to help you. And the big part of the song is lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. So yeah, it's just that idea of, we all need someone to lean on. You're not the only one. And I really wish for this world to keep doing better at being real, and not just acting like they don't need help, and for us to find solace and make it a normalized thing to express when we're having anxiety, to express when we have traumas that we're dealing with, to express when we're having bad days, and to build community off that, and to have support in that, and to create healing for this world. So yeah, sorry, that was a lot that came through there that really, I personally feel a lot for that situation. But as far as your inner child, what they want for you to let go of is the idea that you have to, like I said, suffer in silence, and that you have to deal with everything by yourself. Find somebody that truly loves you, or even somebody like an expert that you can pay to have that confidentiality with, if that's what you want. But let these things out, and let yourself receive support, because there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. So let's go on to Anais with Laughter, number 30. And it's in reverse, so we'll go through the story, and then the reverse meaning just has a little bit of extra meaning added onto it. Hi, I'm Anais. If you can't tell, I love to laugh. Some people think I am being fake because I use my laughter to express myself. I feel a deep sense of euphoria, and my cosmic laugh heals the pain in others. It took me a long time to understand that sometimes my happiness and joy would trigger people, but that was no reason to stop. If Anais appears in a reading, your inner child is in need of a good laugh. Sometimes unhealed adults can feel triggered by a child's joy and happiness. Because the unhealed adult never got to experience joy when they see another experience it, their inner child feels rage and jealousy. Because the unhealed adult never got to experience joy, when they see another experience it, their inner child feels rage and jealousy. That is why some adults get angry at kids' joy when you hear the phrases, "That's enough fun for now," "Okay, playtime is over," "Settle down," etc. Your inner child learned to hold back their joy and laughter to make others comfortable. It's time to teach them that it is safe to feel and express joy, that it is okay to be their bold, loud, silly selves. Shake things up and find a way to experience your own inner joy and euphoria today. Have a big belly laugh and cry some tears of joy. You deserve it always. Now, reversed. If reversed, you may be using laughter, sarcasm, or comedy as a trauma response to deflect your true emotions. We mustn't spiritually or emotionally bypass yourselves. Feel and honor what you need to, and then have a good laugh. Sorry. Feel and honor what you need to, and then have a good laugh. And the mantra here for Anais is, it is safe to express my joy and happiness. And then there's some remedies and journaling questions here. If you guys want to screenshot that and work with that for your own healing later. But yeah, with this Anais card coming reversed, it says that you may be using laughter, sarcasm, or comedy as a trauma response to deflect your true emotions. So if that's something that, maybe you guys can honestly say that you do, I think your higher self is coming through to say that, you know, it's something that's holding you back, and it's something that they really want you to let go of, and that you know, I think these cards came out together for a reason. This Ruth card talked all about, or it gave me the energy and the message of suffering and silence, and now this Anais card is coming out saying in reverse that you use laughter as kind of a coping mechanism to not express your feelings. I think that, this is really painting the picture of somebody who feels like they can't show their true emotions, like, and I'm really sorry for that. I really am, and I hope that, you know, if you can't, if you don't feel comfortable talking to anybody else, like, you can reach out to me, um and I will listen. Maybe I don't know any of your friends. I won't I won't spill the beans to anybody that you don't want to find out about, but I know that's not super realistic, but find somebody that you can really be your true self around, and then hopefully by starting with that, you find a way to do that around everybody, because you deserve to be your true self all the time. You don't deserve to be hiding your anxiety and acting like everything's okay. You don't deserve to be being hurt or being belittled or whatever it is that you just end up laughing off as a joke, because in reality you don't take it as a joke. You take it as what it is, as somebody, disrespecting you or something like that, like, or whatever the case may be. Maybe you're sad about something, but you feel like you can't express that to people because they'll think that you're weak or something, but it's just not. You don't have to be this sad clown, and acting always like everything's okay, even though deep down, you know, you have these true feelings that want to come out, that want to be acknowledged, that want to be accepted by somebody. That's natural. You deserve that. We all deserve that. And I really feel for you guys, and I really, I hope that like I said, this did come out as, a relationship for reading for you guys. I hope that when you find your person, that you will be able to break down in front of them. You will be able to ugly cry in front of them, and they will hold you. They will not look at you any differently. They will still see you as the most beautiful person in the world and the most perfect person for them. Um, and they would never ever make you feel weak for for being sad or frustrated or having a bad day. They would never ever do that. But again, before you can be connected with that person that can give you that amount of love, you have to love yourself enough to show them these things. And that's where I'm gonna end that part of this reading. I just really really feel for you guys. I'm sending you so much love with this chapter of your lives. And again, Spirit has your back every step of the way. They want to bring you every single thing that you need. So please don't be afraid to lean on them as well. And now I'm going to go on to some final advice and hopefully a comforting message or messages. I mean, you guys have been getting multiple cards for every pull that I'm doing. I mean, the tarot is always multiple cards, but for group 1, there was only one oracle card for each oracle card that I oracle deck that I shuffled. But for you guys, it's been a lot. I think, yeah, like I said, I think that because you have this energy of generally trying to do everything yourself, that your higher self is really just really trying to hammer home, like, you know, because you came to watch this reading, like, we really want to get this message to you, like, everything that you dream of is coming, but you have not been good to yourself. And again, there's no shame in that. It's not you doing anything wrong. It all comes from your childhood and how you were treated and how people told you how to behave and what was okay to express and what was not. But, like, fuck all that now. Like, none of that is serving you, and you've been through so much. You deserve to laugh. You deserve to cry and not hide it. Like, have that be accepted about you. Be comforted when you're crying. Like, you deserve so much more than you've been receiving, and it is coming for you. I promise you that. And again, I just really respect the hell out of you if you're still sitting through this reading. I know this is so freaking heavy. And this might not have been, what you were expecting when you sat down and you picked this group, but this is what's meant for you right now. Interesting. This is exactly the card that came up for group 1. So maybe, I don't know, maybe they just need the same advice that you do, but there might be messages for you in group 1 as well, because like I said, this one was all geared towards a romantic relationship and then your relationship with yourself. The first one, like I said, was more geared towards kind of like career, life purpose stuff. So maybe they are maybe they both have messages for you, because there's a lot of freaking cards in this deck, and the fact that this one came out again is no coincidence to me. So I'll let you guys decide what you want to do with that. But for this tower, or this card, it says Tower, unplug and relax for a spell. It's time you took a step back and spent some quality time with your one true best friend, yourself. Look up some yoga videos on YouTube, try out guided meditation, read a book from a genre you might not usually read. Take a morning stroll around your neighborhood and discover places you've never been before. When we take the time to recharge, we're paying the greatest respect to ourselves. So, yeah, I mean, very, very clear message here that, you know, you guys, I think, have been really told and taught through a lot of your life that, like, you and your feelings are not the priority, and your higher self is coming through today right now to say that you are the top priority. Group 2, like, if anything else, you are the only priority, because every other thing that you have in your life is starting from you and your relationship to yourself. So, like I said, with that queen of crystals, that Queen of Pentacles card coming out earlier, like, maybe take a pause, let go of giving all your material possessions, giving your money, your time, your energy. I mean, I guess, I don't know if energy is technically material, but probably not. But give instead of giving those things to everyone else because you've been told that that's where your worth comes from, or that's like your whole purpose in life. um, Give those things to yourself for a little bit, because that is also a part of your purpose, to live in love, to enjoy your life. That is part of your purpose here. For all we know, you only live once, you know what I mean? Obviously, in the spiritual community, we believe in afterlife and all those types of things, but again, or I said in the last pile, there are mysteries to this life, and there are things that we do not know 100% for certain. And I think this is one of those things where, like, we can believe all we want, but I think until you cross that threshold, we don't really know if we get another chance at this. And even if we do, this is the only chance you get to be who you are right now. And who you are right now is so special and so unique and will never ever come around again in the history of the universe. And the person that you are is meant to be enjoyed, not just by others, but by you too. And yeah, I think with this final card coming out, it's just saying, like, take a break. You can unplug, not only, from your devices and social media and stuff like that, which is always highly recommended. I said before when this card came out that I don't think that's something anyone ever regrets, is like taking a break from social media. I don't think anyone's ever like, oh my gosh, I must have missed so many memes, like when I was out at the beach having a wonderful time. Like, no, I don't think anybody feels that way. I think it's very refreshing when you take time out for yourself, and you do a lot of self-care. So yeah, this is coming from your higher self. Take some time, make it okay for yourself, stand up for yourself. you know in a loving way, you can start to set more boundaries with people and say, I mean, you don't have to say this, but in some way with your actions, or some other kind of words, say that, I am putting myself first now, and I am giving to myself until I can overflow with things to give to you guys. I'm not going to give to everybody else first and give myself the little scraps. I totally know what that's like, and I would not wish that on anyone, and I really do not wish for you guys to continue living like that. I really hope that you guys can take the messages from this reading and from your higher self, and really start a new chapter in your life where you are just, we'll start with making you just as important as everybody else, and then hopefully the next step will be that not I mean, this is dangerous to say, but that you are more important than everybody else. Again, we're born alone, we die alone. We need to take care of ourselves. We need to live this life by our rules. And we need to be okay with the person that we are when nobody else is around. Um, yeah, so I hope you guys can really spend some time, take however much time you need to make this transition, from being I'm assuming like a very people pleasing type of person that's very outwardly focused and doing for others, and getting to a point where you can slowly, maybe 1 hour a week, and then 2 hours a week, and then maybe eventually giving yourself a whole day to yourself. Like, wouldn't that be fucking nice? Like, if you could make it okay to have a day just for you, to do whatever the hell you want to do. You really deserve that. So yeah, that's the final message and advice for you from your higher self. And I'm just gonna end it now with the spark magic matches. I end all my readings with these just to give a little bit of just a little suggestion of something you can do to bring you some peace, some joy, some clarity in your life, make you feel taken care of. So yeah, you can either pick one and just listen to that one. You can listen to both, see which one you like more. You can stop listening right now and just peace out of my video. Or what's the other option? I already said listen to both. So it's either you listen to one, listen to the other, listen to both, listen to none. I think that's it. If there's an option I missed, let me know. Oh, sorry. I thought I heard my phone make a noise. Okay. So first one, ask a question and listen to your intuition for the answer. Ask a question and listen to your intuition for the answer. That makes a lot of sense to me. I think something came up earlier. Was that this group or was that another group? No, that was group 1 also. But basically, this makes sense if you're only going to listen to this group too. Like, don't base your whole life off other people. Like, your intuition and what you want and what you feel and what you think is the most important thing when it comes to answering the questions you have. Like, for example, yeah, if you're looking for a relationship, if there's a type of person, if the question is what type of person do I want, who is my ideal partner, don't go asking anybody else. Don't ask your family who's gonna be best for you. Don't ask your friends. Don't ask tarot readers. Like, ask yourself. And then when you get that answer from your own intuition, then ask the tarot reader, then ask your family and friends. See if it lines up. And see if it doesn't line up, if that changes your mind. But, make that intuitive answer for yourself first. Don't look for anybody else to tell you the answers to your questions and the path of your life. You choose, and then look for confirmation later to see if that's what you truly want, or if maybe you want to change your mind, because that we are all entitled to change our minds at any point if that's what we intuitively feel is right. Sorry, I'm gonna drink some water. My voice is, I feel like my voice is going now. This one says, write out your financial goals and keep them in your purse or wallet. I've never seen this one before, but I very much like it. Write out your financial goals and keep them in your purse or wallet. I will say again, don't just trust everything you hear. Don't just do everything that a little match tells you to do. But I do like this idea of writing out your financial goals. As far as keeping them in your purse or wallet, that might be, for me personally, that's a little aggressive. I don't know if I would want to see that every day, because I tend to have very big goals. So um, sometimes it can be a little depressing looking at your goals every single day and seeing how far away you are from them. But I do think it is important to write down goals, and with this coming out specifically as financial goals, maybe this is something that you're thinking a lot about lately, and it's really important to get these things out of your head and onto a piece of paper somewhere or onto your phone, just so they don't have to live in your head and always be there in the back of your head. Like, if you don't think about it for a day or don't think about it for a second, that like you're gonna fuck up. Like, put it down, get it out of your head, focus on other things in the meantime, and know that your goals are set and that they are there to check off the list, you know, as you work towards them. Oh man, so that is all I have for you guys, group 2. Thank you so much for watching. Like I said, I appreciate so much and respect you so much if you watch this whole thing. Thank you so much for sharing your energy with me. I literally felt so connected to you guys. I mean, I feel connected to every group, you know, energetically, but as far as what you guys are going through, I definitely relate with just about everything that came up, if not absolutely everything. You know, um I feel I feel blessed and fortunate and honored to have been able to do this reading for you, because um yeah, like I said, I just feel like we've both been through a lot of the same things and are maybe currently going through a lot of the same things, and that's really cool, that we can exchange energy in this way. So yeah, you guys definitely have all my support. I'm really rooting for you guys. um, and if you guys enjoyed this reading, please let me and others know by hitting that thumbs up. If there are any messages you have for me or anyone in the community, please express those down in the comments. And if you would like to see this channel continue and see my channel grow, please show your support by subscribing to this channel if you haven't already. And even if you have, then please, you know, tell any of your friends that might be into spiritual shit. Thank you guys again so much. I'm sending you so much peace, so much love. I like don't even want to leave this reading. I just want to keep talking to you guys. I feel like you guys would be like a really amazing friend to have. I feel like, yeah, like I said, just energetically, we are very much um, kind of on the same page. But you know, I have to go now. I think this reading went longer than group 1 did. It seemed like a lot of messages. But you know, like I said, much peace and love to you guys, and until next time, later. What up, group 3? Welcome to your reading. If you guys chose this cool little key right here, this is going to be all about what your soul wants to let go of right now at this time. So we're going to start with the energy check with the oracle cards, just to see what your higher self wants me to know about you, who I'm reading for here, what's your current energy, and kind of some stuff that you're going through that's going to relate throughout this whole reading. It's been very, very illuminating so far. So we're going to start here with the Mystic Misfit Oracle. Get a general energy for you guys. See what comes out. And I have been just explaining in all the readings today just that part of my style, as it's, you know, starting to form as I keep going with this channel, is that I do all the shuffling on camera just because That's my preference. I like it to feel as if you were, you know, coming in and getting a personal reading. You're going to just see everything from start to finish. So hope it's not too boring for you guys to always watch me shuffle. I actually find it very satisfying when I'm watching these readings and I hear and see the person shuffling. But yeah, that was also kind of just to give me something to say here while I'm shuffling, because I don't want too much dead air. I think that's actually why, I'm assuming that a lot of readers pre-shuffle their oracles and stuff, because a lot of them are using so many decks, and for them to sit there and shuffle all of them would just be a lot of silence, and probably not the most entertaining thing. But I figure if you're here to get a reading, what's the rush? Let's hang out a little bit. Sorry, for some reason, at some point in one of the readings, I always feel like I didn't hit record, so I had to check that real quick. Okay, so we have here for you guys the Traveler, the Farmer, the Wand, and Balance. So let's kind of start to paint a picture here. So the Traveler is number 17. The Traveler transcends both time and space. Residing between realms, ever watchful, she is a conduit for communications between self, earth, space, and time. Mystery, communication, self-understanding, connections. And here we have the Farmer, number 30, with I enjoy being of service to those who deserve it. That kind of rhymes. That kind of brought out the little rapper in me. I enjoy being of service to those who deserve it. Something about worth it might rhyme with that. Alright. So the Farmer. When you do work that you love, you always want to do your best. All your energies get channeled into making your business an extension of you and what you love to do. A world of businesses built on a foundation of love is a noble goal and an attainable one. Those who love their work may also find that it gives them the opportunity to meet others who share their interests and passions. The psychological and material rewards you reap from fulfilling work are priceless. However, a career is not something you have to give your life to in total commitment. Service work may be a calling outside of your career. Sometimes one must put his or her own needs second to another for a time. Some people do this gladly, but if an imbalance goes on too long, or if the one providing this service is asked to do things that they are not willing to do, a relationship can become stuck. Interesting. It definitely stood out to me that it said right there, if an imbalance goes on too long, and the fact that this card here says balance, so let me see. I'm going to go straight to that, and then we'll do the wand after. So for balance, keep doing what you're doing. Your resources and materials may be all over the place, but you're able to find a balance between them all. Keep it up. Okay, cool. So that's kind of giving me like Two of Pentacles vibes there, where you have a lot going on, but you're keeping it in balance, making time for everything. That's good. So yeah, that clears that up a little bit, and let's see what this wand card has to say. A symbol of creativity and showmanship. This is your time to use your creative influences and juices. Interesting. Okay, so we got creativity, we got balance, we got loving your work, we got the Traveler with communication. Okay, so I'm getting very much like life purpose vibes, career vibes from this. Obviously the Farmer card had a lot to say about career. So What I'm getting is, with this traveler card, I definitely get a lot of feelings of, um, psychic abilities, spirituality. I think that you're somebody who is very kind of online with all that stuff. Um, I don't know how deep into it you guys are right now. Um, but I mean, I'm assuming if your higher self is bringing out this card specifically, there's not many cards in this deck that there's maybe two or three that talk about, or at least make me get the energy of somebody who's highly psychic. So I'm just gonna go ahead and keep going with that because that's what I'm feeling. You guys are very highly psychic. You guys, um, are probably in touch with some clairsenses, at least claircognizance, maybe clairvoyance, possibly clairaudience. You guys might actually already be at a point where you are able to communicate with spirits. This card talks about communicating between self, earth, space, and time. So you guys are also probably very connected to the earth as well. Now that I say that, and I see this farmer card, I think your guys' life purpose, you guys are somebody who wants to make a difference here on the earth. You want your your career or whatever you're doing for work, you want that to make some positive impact on the world. You're not just looking to, and I'm not talking down on anybody who is looking for this, but I'm just saying, we all have different personality types and things like that, but I think you guys are definitely somebody who's not looking for a job that will, just give them the money to live the experiences that they want to live. I think part of the experience that you're looking for here in this lifetime is for your job to, like I said, benefit the earth and give back to the earth in some way and to make it better. When I see this traveler card, I think of kind of like a starseed type person. I see these little diamond kind of things. They remind me of like alien spaceships. I see this figure here. They have like um, four eyes and little gems in their head, and they're making this, I don't know, triangle symbol with their hands. I see somebody who is very very much kind of on another level as far as when it comes to the way they see the world, and when it comes to communication. Now that I'm looking at this figure doing that thing with their hands, maybe you guys know sign language, maybe you're interested in learning that, or maybe, like I said, maybe it's just a more metaphorical level of you being able to communicate with people in very different ways. I think you can connect to a lot of different people. I think you understand a lot of different people, but I also feel like you guys probably feel very misunderstood by a lot of people around you. Maybe you feel like an alien, you feel like you're not from this world sometimes because, like, the people you're surrounded by, maybe they're thinking about different things on a daily basis. They're worried about different things on a daily basis, and the things that you're thinking about are just, like I said, on a kind of a different level. And yeah, I feel like you guys are probably an old soul talking about, transcending space and time and that kind of thing. I think, yeah, you guys have been through a lot. Your soul has been through a lot um, over many lifetimes, and that's given you a lot of wisdom. So I know that can definitely make people feel like, kind of out of place. Especially, I think in this day and age, I think there are many, younger souls around that are, being born into this time of everything, information moving at the speed of light, and not really knowing what to discern as important or not important. I think actually that's probably a big thing that you have to offer this world, and that's going to be um, part of your purpose here is to, like I said, maybe kind of bring back some old ideas, and ground people in the real world. Like I said, you're connected to the earth. A lot of times these days, people are very disconnected from the earth. They don't know, like a farmer, they know where their water's coming from, they know where their food is coming from, all this kind of stuff. They make their stuff out of hay and wool and whatever. They know where all their stuff is being, what it takes to make those things, and the lives that get sacrificed in order to give us what we need to survive. And a lot of people just, it's not even a thought. They don't need to think about that. Everything just gets shipped to them in a bag, and they would never know the difference. They don't know where it's coming from. So I think that's definitely something that's part of your life purpose here on this earth, is to keep people more connected to the earth and help to save this earth, because that's definitely something that's destroying it, is the fact that people are not grounded, and we're so caught up in the new technology and things that, like I said, we lose sight of what's most important, and it's the earth that we live on. It is everything that is provided to us. Without it, and without the things that the earth provides, everything else will be destroyed. We will be destroyed. So interesting. I mean, I don't think I usually say a lot of these kind of things in my reading. So your higher self is really bringing through your energy to me. You're somebody who's very like on a mission, somebody who's really meant, who incarnated here on this earth to change it for the better. There's this quote that I'm thinking of that you guys might have heard. I'm guessing, but if you haven't, definitely look into it, or write it down or something. But it's, if you feel like you don't belong in this world, it's because you are here to create a better one. And that's definitely like kind of the overall vibe I'm getting from you here. And that's really cool. Like I said, I don't usually feel comfortable just spitting out all this stuff in a reading, because usually I kind of get these thoughts that pop in of like, oh well, some people might not believe in that or might not vibe with that, but I feel totally comfortable just being my totally out there self, because like I said, I know what that feels like, to feel like not everybody understands the things that you think about, and it does feel nice to find somebody that you can talk on these levels with. And I think a message coming through right now is, if you don't have a community of people like you, just know they are out there. I know, it might seem like they're very few and far between, and honestly they are, but the more that you can be yourself, around everybody, and kind of let out these more hidden, out there parts of you, the more that you can attract people that are like, oh, really, like me too. Like the more we all walk around just talking about the same old stuff, the more that's all we're gonna get. But if you can throw out something interesting into a conversation, yeah, there's the chance that somebody might be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, why you gotta be so deep about it, or whatever. Or they change the subject to something more superficial. But there's also the chance that somebody says like, oh damn, like you think about that too, or oh, you know about that too. Like, I totally feel the same way. Like, I wish society was more like that too, or whatever, whatever it might be. And that's gonna be a really beautiful and um, healing thing for you. Something that's gonna help, keep you motivated on your path, to know that you're not the only one. You're not fighting this losing battle. There are many other people like you, and there are more coming every day, that have the same mission as you. So yeah, going a little bit deeper into this farmer card, I enjoy being of service to those who deserve it. Um, I think, let's see, because I would say off the bat, like, doesn't everybody deserve some kind of service, but okay. So I think that's just talking about maybe you guys might have a tendency of, like I said, because you are here with this grand purpose and you do have such a high level of understanding of the fact that, you know, everybody here on this earth is, you know, in some way sick. This whole earth is sick. So as of course, as being a part of the earth, we are going to be sick in some ways as well. um that I think, you know, like I said, you just really, every chance you get, you look for ways to help people and ways to communicate to people how they can, you know, improve their lives and find more happiness, and be healthier, you know, all these types of things. But with this saying, I enjoy being of service to those who deserve it, I think it's telling me that, you know, when you're just trying to help everybody all the time, it's not going to be so enjoyable, because there's going to be people who, I'm not going to say don't deserve it, but I think the sentiment behind this that I'm getting is that people aren't going to appreciate it. People aren't even going to be at a place in their lives where they can hear that. So, you know, be discerning with who, I mean, you can definitely, you know, do your best to just try to help everyone, but if you start to see that there's a wall that you hit with somebody, make sure you take that sign and you kind of just stop and learn to accept that, you know, you have to meet people on their level, and some people are just not on a level where they're looking to do inner work, where they're looking to change, and that's fine. The universe, you have to surrender that to a higher power. You know, we are just humans here in this lifetime, and there are higher powers out here that, you know, we can surrender certain tasks to. Like I said, like getting somebody who seems very resistant um, to change, because, you know, the universe can do that. In the tarot, we have things called tower moments where, you know, you're not wanting to change, and the universe kind of throws something into the mix that totally shakes your whole world up and makes you start thinking like, oh damn, maybe I have been living the wrong way, or maybe I do need to make some kind of change. You know what I mean? So just know that it doesn't reflect on you, or that you're doing anything wrong if you're talking to somebody and you feel like you have an answer for them, and, you know, they're just not willing to take it. And like I said, a message coming through from your higher self is to, you know, surrender. So I guess we're already getting a message of something to let go of, but kind of to let go of the need to, you know, have every intention that you have of making the world better actually work out the way you want, because it's not realistic. A lot of times, as humans here on this earth, we have intentions for things and they don't go the way we planned. So I actually talked about this in one of the other readings, about expecting the unexpected. Don't get too frustrated by things not going the way you expect, because um, we should expect things to not go the way we expect, because that's how they go more often than not in this lifetime. And like I said, in those moments, that's where you got to kind of sit and be still, and trust that the universe will find some way to take care of that. Also, you know, with the farmer, I think that, you know, if we're going to be talking about your career and your purpose, I don't know if you already, you know, are on a path with this, or if this is something that you're thinking about, kind of what's my purpose here, what is my career going to be. But with this farmer card, I definitely think this is telling me to, when you're thinking about your career and your purpose in life, to make it something that you enjoy doing every day. You know, and feel free to take your time with it. You know, no matter what your age is, we have time to figure it out. But you know, definitely, like I said, the farmer, this is somebody who enjoys what they do every day. They like, you know, being out on the farm. They like being in nature. They like being of service. there's so many things that you provide as a farmer. So I think your path is going to be a little bit more based towards communication, like I said, and spirituality. Um, but again, with those two things alone, there's so many paths that you can have. Um, as far as, you can create a business, you can create a product, you could even create a line of clothing that uses like ethically sourced things, or you know uh, there's so many different things you can do, so many things you can create, so many ways that you can spread messages to the earth that will, bring you money, and that will also help the earth, and that will also, just by doing what you're doing, show people a better way to live. So I think that's kind of what I'm getting here. And then again, with the farmer, and with me feeling like you're kind of an old soul, again, another thing that I think is going to be part of what you have to communicate to the world through your career and through your work, is going to be kind of slowing down and thinking about not just accepting every new thing that comes into our world just because it's new, and assuming new is always better, but taking the time to think, okay, this thing is still new. I mean, one thing that always comes to my head is cigarettes, obviously. Like, um, when cigarettes came out, doctors were smoking cigarettes while they're doing their examinations. Like, we just accepted it because it was new and it gave us instant gratification, and we made ads that totally sold it to us in a certain way, and started to build a culture around it, and started making it a thing where, if you're holding a cigarette, you look cool, and they put it in movies and all this stuff. It just spread like that, and then within, less than 100 years, we find out, oh wait, this thing that we actually bought and are now hooked on, to a point where we already know that it's terrible for us, like, causes cancer, causes people to die, causes people to suffer, like, and for what? You know what I mean? Like, there's so many other things that can give us that feeling of tranquility, of peace, of relaxation. But anyway, like I said, this is the energy I get from you. Somebody that can say, yes, there's this new thing coming about, but how much do we really know about it? And I think that's going to be really refreshing for the earth. And like I said, it might make you feel outcast right now because we're kind of in a transition period, but that's kind of how it is. If you're going to be this great leader, and this great harbinger of change, like, um, sometimes that's how people are gonna see you. You're gonna be very out there. You're not gonna fit in. But that's a big choice you have to make, and I don't think you would want to choose any other one. I don't think you would rather blend in over looking crazy to a lot of people, or catching a lot of flack from people who, are jumping on the bandwagon with certain things. Yeah, so that's what I'm getting there. And then with balance, I think that, yeah, like I said, you're somebody who has a lot of power, who's here to do a lot of great things, who's very, very capable, and who is going to accomplish a lot in this lifetime. And this balance card is kind of just coming out to tell me that yeah, you're doing a great job in that. I think it's here to tell you too. I think there's a message for you, saying that, it might seem like you're very busy all the time, and you have a lot of things going on, and you feel like, this might crumble at any second, but I don't think it will. I think you have everything exactly where it's supposed to be, and just know that everything is temporary. And right now you might feel like this balancing act where everything is perfectly positioned, so you have just enough time and just enough energy and just enough resources and just enough space for everything. But this is kind of just a pat on the back saying like your higher self is very proud of you for being able to do the absolute most with exactly what you have at this moment, and to know that, you know, very soon, this hard work is going to pay off, and you will be able to slowly, one by one, excuse me, kind of remove one of these things at a time, because it, you know, it won't require as much of your time and energy in the future. And you will have, you know, you'll still have a good balance, but you'll have kind of less things to be worrying about at one time. But right now, yeah, it's really just a pat on the back saying that it's very admirable that you're really um, doing the best you can to accomplish as much as you can all at once. And I want to, you know, iterate just to be safe here so that people aren't thinking that I'm saying you need to be loaded up with work all the time and always be busy. Like, one of the things when it comes to balance is like self-care and making time for yourself. So I want to also say that your higher self is very, very grateful that you are making time for yourself with everything that's going on as well, because without that there is no balance. I think, you know, this hand, yeah, exactly, everything, all of these things are objects, you know, these are all things that are happening, but at the very bottom there's a hand that's holding it all. And if that hand is too tired, like, it doesn't matter, you know, how well you've planted your seeds, or how well you've placed, how perfectly you've placed everything else, um, you know, in balance around it. If you cannot support it and you don't have the energy to put into those things, everything crumbles. So yeah, very, very admirable that you are finding time to finding time to take time for yourself and take care of yourself, I guess would be a better word. Um, and then the wand, what was the wand talking about? Creativity. Symbol of creativity and showmanship. This is your time to use your creative influences and juices. So yeah, with that coming out and talking about showmanship, I think it's very much um, confirming that you are somebody who is meant to be in the spotlight in some way. You are somebody who, like I said, just by being who you are and having the ideas that you have, um, for you to speak on those things and for you to put yourself in a situation to be seen, to be heard by others, or like I said, if that's not something that really calls to you, at least creating something that will be seen and will be heard by others. Um, you know, even putting your thoughts and your essence into writing and having that be seen and read by others. I think that's where you're headed at this moment, and what is meant for you. So yeah, a lot of stuff here about life purpose and possibly career. Seems like the main theme of this group and what's going to be happening in this reading. So what your higher self wants you to let go, we are going to look into a little more, actually much more specifically, with the tarot. So yeah, we're going to be seeing from your higher self what specifically, when it comes to this path of you know, making your impact on this earth in this lifetime, what would it be most beneficial for you to let go of in order to accomplish all these things? Jesus. Alright, those came out face down. Okay, do these want to come out? I think so. We'll see. I mean, yeah, they came out, so... Yeah, let's do it. Okay. So, those came out first, those came out after. So, Page of Swords. What do what do what does your higher self want you to let go of at this time? So, with the Page of Swords coming out, um, Page of Swords talks about um, being open to new ways of communication, new ways of learning. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Going with the whole thing I was saying about you being basically like this star seed energy, this old soul energy, this farmer energy. With the Page of Swords coming out, like I said, the Page of Swords gives me the energy of somebody who's very open to new ideas. So as far as letting go of something, I think that this is telling me that you might feel pressured sometimes to try to take your ideas and bring them into the world in some way that's like new or uses new technology or something like that, because you feel like your message will reach more people that way, or it will be more relatable or something like that. But I think with this coming out from your higher self, I think what it's saying is like, do not do that to yourself. Don't, when it comes to your purpose and your passions and your career and whatever the things are that you're creating, do not think about what anybody else needs. Think about how you imagine it for yourself. I just saw this thing from Rick Rubin the other day, um, and like a clip of an interview, and he was saying, if you're a creative type, and this was his personal opinion, but I very much agreed and it resonated with me, so maybe it will for you too, being that I saw it so close to this reading and it's coming into my head with this message now. He said that if you're creating something, if you're some creative type, some type of artist, um, or like I said, even if you're creating a business or whatever, um, you can't you can, but basically he was saying your stuff is not going to be, he said, I don't believe that what you create can be good if you're doing it with other people in mind. He said the best way to create art or to create anything is to do it completely for yourself. What do you want to see out of it? Like, imagine you are the audience, because you are the audience. He said, create what you want for you, yourself, the audience. And when you're done creating it, you know, if you consume it and you say like, damn, I love this. I would buy this, or I would, yeah, basically that I would buy this, or I believe in that, whatever it is, then you are successful, and that is exactly what you were meant to create. If you start thinking, oh, how do I do this in a way where it will reach more people, or how do I do this in a way where people of this age demographic or people who live in this country will want what I have, like, you don't need to do that. Like I said, there are higher powers at work here. Your mission is to bring something unique and true to you into the world. Focus on that. Focus on doing something exactly true to yourself, and the universe will help you, spread it to the right people. The universe will bring people to your product, to your message. They will handle that part of it. All you have to do is be creative. That is your purpose here. All you have to do is be communicative, spread your message. Um, and all that other stuff will fall into place in a way that you couldn't even plan. That's the biggest thing, is like, you think you can have the right plan to make your stuff reach certain people, but at the end of the day, there's a higher power out there that knows much better how to make that happen much more quickly. So yeah, don't try to, when it comes to creative things, don't keep other people in mind, um, as far as your creative process. So, oh man, with the Six of Cups in reverse, um, Six of Cups talks about, kind of childhood memories, stuff like that. So with this coming up in reverse, I think this is, and as far as what to let go of, I think it's either telling me, no, yeah, it's definitely telling me that there's some inner child work that needs to be done with you, and you are in luck because we will be taking a pull with my inner child oracle deck later and getting a specific message when it comes to that. So um, that's really good that's coming out in this reading. But yeah, basically there's something, and that's interesting because that's the question that I'm gonna ask is, what does your inner child want to let go of? So this is coming from your higher self saying that there's something that your inner child needs to let go of when it comes to you, um, you achieving the things that that you're meant for. And I'm assuming, I don't know, we'll see, but I'm assuming it might have something to do with expression because, like I said, being somebody with these ideas that not everybody has, you can feel very outcast and stuff. So, and like I always say, welcome to Misfit Tarot. This is exactly where you belong because I am one of those people as well. And I think that, the community that forms from this channel will be filled with people like you, people like me. So, welcome. But yeah, we'll find out in a little bit. Actually, right after this tarot section is done, we'll see what that inner child healing is that you need to do and kind of let go of in order to move on to the next level and next phase of your life as an adult. Excuse me. So Three of Wands. Three of Wands talks about looking into the future, like really making that next step of your plan when it comes to some endeavor that you're going on. So with this coming as something that your higher self wants you to let go, I think this is saying, like, don't look too far ahead in the future. Like I think it kind of goes with this Page of Swords card. It was saying that you are kind of thinking about, already how am I gonna spread my message in a way that later it will reach this many people or these types of people, and it's possible that it's taking away from your creation in the first place. So I think this is kind of coming in to kind of really hammer that home and say, let go of, yeah, like I said, surrender to a higher power. Just surrender your need to control the whole situation, and kind of enjoy the journey. Take things one step at a time. Whatever phase you are in right now, be in that phase. If you're in the creation phase, if you're in the phase of, creating your business or creating your website or creating your social media platform or creating, your service or whatever it is that you are creating, because I do get vibes here of like some type of innovator. Be in that stage. Don't be looking 2-3 steps ahead. That's something that as you go through each step, you will it will come to you at the right time. When you're looking too far ahead, you haven't learned enough in your process yet to get there. It's like the example that's coming to my mind right now is, say you have a big old textbook of I don't know, calculus, you got to start at the beginning because you learn, the foundations of certain things, and then later it will build on that. Or I don't know, say you have like a series of math textbooks, like you're not going to be able to do the calculus if you don't understand algebra. You can't just like be at the stage where you need to learn algebra and say, "Oh, I want to skip to calculus because I know that I'm going to be so good at calculus and I'm meant to do calculus or whatever." It's like, "Okay, yes, you might be, but like you got to get there. You got to enjoy the journey." So for now, learn your algebra, get that down, move on to, geometry or whatever. I don't exactly remember the order of things, but I'm pretty sure you need to know algebra and geometry to understand calculus. But it's that vibe that I'm getting from this Three of Wands, and that's interesting because that was kind of three steps, and it's Three of Wands. But it's like, you know, stay on whatever step you're at, and enjoy that process, and master each thing at a time, because that will help you with your balance. Like, you build a strong foundation, then you can move to the next level and build that strong, secondary foundation and go to the next level. And all of a sudden, you will be a master of everything. You won't just have, like, learned half of algebra and then skipped ahead to geometry and learned half of that, and then you try to dive deep into calculus and then you're all frustrated because you have to, like, then go back. Like, the best way that I'm getting from your higher self to do things is to take it, like I said, one step at a time, and not try to jump too far into the future. Okay, so with this oppression card, I believe this is the devil, in in this deck, and it's showing me a very clear image that's interesting, because with these two cards I kept getting this image of, like, the earth, right? Like, you are here to protect this little beautiful blue and white and green and brown sphere, that houses us, that we live in, that is so precious, that is so unique in this freaking universe, that needs to be saved. And it's over here, showing the devil balancing it between that and, I don't know, I think it's like some kind of gem or something. But the energy I'm getting from this card is like, I think there's a choice that a lot of people have to make sometimes, of, their higher purpose and material gain. And I think what this is telling me, that you might need to let go of is, the devil is basically temptation. It's lust. It's lust disguising itself as love. And I think that what you love is, like I said, you love this earth. You love being of service. You love making a positive impact on this world. But what we're surrounded by a lot of times, and what can seem like love, the way it's presented to us by the devil, is, recognition, abundance, material wealth, status, success, those types of things. And I mean, success is relative. You can be successful by following your heart, by doing things to help the earth, and you can have both. But like I said, I think there will be times where you're gonna have to choose between one and the other. Like I said, you might come up with an idea that's so fucking good that so many different people are going to want to take it for themselves, and you might be tempted to, sell your soul to the devil. You might be tempted to sell your creation, whatever it is, to somebody who's like, here, I'll give you $10 million for this thing that you've created. I'll give you, $100 million for your business, whatever it is. But I think this is kind of coming out as a warning, if anything, to say like, hey, before you just hear this number and think that, oh, somebody's offering this much for my idea, that must mean, it's the best idea, and whoever offers me the most money deserves my idea the most. That is not the case. You need to think about, like I said, with this Page of Swords, keep everybody else's ideas out of it. You need to look into these people that are making you these offers. You need to see what they're about, and you need to intuitively feel, because they're not going to tell you. They're going to tell you what you want to hear. They're trying to buy what you have. They're trying to take what you have and use it for their own gains and their own purposes. They will not tell you the truth. They will do whatever it takes, and tell you whatever you need to hear to take that thing from you. But just remember that your purpose here is not to make the most money, or to flex, that you made this amount of money off a deal from selling your idea, or that your idea made a certain amount of money. So you need to make sure that if you are going to, make a decision that brings more money into your idea, and especially if you're going to sell it away to somebody else, you make sure, or like I said, if you're going to even put it in the hands of anybody else, you make sure that they are somebody who aligns with you, and somebody who is part of your soul family, who has the same intentions as you with this earth. Because if you don't, then you could have created something that could have blessed this earth, but because you fell victim to the devil, it will now be used to destroy the earth. Okay? And that's a huge responsibility. Like I said, I am getting very big vibes from you that you are a very important person on this earth, and you are going to do something very significant. And I'm getting a very, very strong message from this card here, especially being that it's the only major arcana that came out here, that the thing you create is going to be people are going to want to mutate what you have created and use it to destroy the earth, rather than your original intention, which is to help the earth thrive and become healthier. So your higher self is coming here to tell you to really let go of any ideas that you might have in your head of success being based off material gain or numbers or anything like that. Success is based off, this is my intention, did I achieve that or not? That is your success. And with this Ace of Cups being the last one, as far as what to let go of, interesting, because Ace of Cups talks about this overflowing amount of love. Okay, that kind of makes sense. So I think that, like I said, because you are somebody who is kind of doesn't, conform to and fit into regular society, again, like I said, I know what that's like. It can make you a little bit like cynical and bitter towards mainstream society, and kind of think like, I don't know, just based off our experiences, you're kind of like, people in society are stupid, people suck, like all these kind of things. Like, it gets a little depressing. Like I said, seeing people repeat the same mistakes, and kind of feels like a losing battle sometimes. And like I said, being that there's one of you and like a million or millions of these other types of people, seems insurmountable. But with this Ace of Cups coming at the end here, I think this is a final message from your higher self saying, like, don't forget that we are all brothers and sisters here on this earth. We are all equals. Like, yes, you are here to be a leader of other people, but at the end of the day, you are just as much of a human being as they are. You are just as valuable as they are in this earth. We all have a purpose. We are all here for a reason. Um, and I'm thinking of this thing from the Tao Te Ching. It talks about um, what is a bad man but a good man's job? What is a good man if not a bad man's teacher? Um, it's basically like there's never gonna be just all good people in the world. There's never gonna be all bad people, and again, that's all relative. The bad people can think the good people are bad, and the good people can think the bad people can think that they're good, and the good people are bad. It's all subjective, anyways. But the thing is it's like, the yin yang symbol. There's the black, white, and there's the little white dot in the black part and the black dot in the white part, and that is our universe. It's all gonna be here. We're all always gonna be fighting to find a balance. So the goal is not to make everybody like us. The goal is to be who we are, be you know the black piece and the white piece, and be that like I said, be that leader, be that light, be that innovator that sparks inspiration and leads a more massive amount of people. So yeah, this is kind of just saying, let go of any expectations you might have, as far as expecting the whole world to think like you. That's never going to happen. It's always going to be a battle, of us trying to find a better balance. But that's no reason to give up. That's more reason to, again, trust in a higher power. We can't control everything. We're here to do what we are here to do as individuals. And like I said, as far as you as an individual, you're here to create. You're here to help the earth. You're here to assist in saving the earth. And with that comes loving all beings equally. No matter how lost they are, they need more of our love. They need more guidance. So I think that's kind of the last thing coming out here is, keep your faith in spirit. Keep your faith that they have a plan in mind, that they're not going to let the world just crumble into oblivion, and that you are a part of that. But that every single person on this earth is also a part of that, and they deserve your love and your respect and your understanding and compassion. So moving on now to the inner child portion of the reading. We're going to now switch over from your higher self to your inner child, and we're going to ask your inner child, what do they want you to let go of? What is really bogging you down, in this current phase of your life? Because it came out with that Six of Cups in reverse, that there's definitely some big inner child wound that needs to be let go of, as you move forward in this important mission that you have here on Earth. Okay, so what does Group 3's inner child want to let go? Alright. So we have Edith, number 1. Wow. I've actually never seen this one, so I'm excited to see what the message is here. We have Edith with nurturance. Born of the earth, her breath is the wind on your face. Her heartbeat is the warmth on your skin. Safety, nurturance, grace. She is Edith. When Edith comes to visit you, she is guiding you deeper into yourself, deeper into the home within. This is a time of deepening, filling, and nurturing. Can you sit with yourself, all that is there, and simply be? When was the last time you wandered through the forest with childlike wonder? Have you danced under the moon and felt her call within? Edith is here as a call to action. It's time to return home to yourself. It's time to stand on your own 2 feet and allow yourself to become completely full of yourself. And Edith comes with a mantra here. The mantra is always to, something you can repeat that will help you with healing this energy. And it says, "It is safe to be full in and of myself. My energy sustains me." And then there's some remedies too that I like to show you guys here at the bottom that you can screenshot and work with in your own time. Here's one more remedy and then some journaling questions as well. If you guys wanna do that in your own time. So the message that I'm getting here from Edith with nurturance is that your inner child wants to let go of basically any idea that you are meant to fit in. You are not. You are meant to be wildly different in this world, and I know that that's so much easier said than done, and there's always going to be a part of us as human beings. We're very social creatures. We want to feel accepted. We want to feel like we fit in. We want to feel loved, and like I said, the big word that comes up is we want to be accepted for who we are. But unfortunately, that's not the world that you and I were born into at this time. Unfortunately, you are somebody very different, and not unfortunately, but it is a fortunate thing that you are very different. I mean, you are who you are, and like I said, I really got this energy of you being somebody who's just so connected to the earth. I mean, look at this child here. She got the flowers in her hair. She's here in this beautiful field. There's a little baby deer laying at her feet, just not scared at all. And deer are very skittish. There's these beautiful trees, beautiful sunset in the background. It's just showing me somebody who's very connected to the earth, and like I said, that's not somebody that necessarily fits into society every day. If there was a card showing people who are widely accepted and who very much fit in, it would be somebody with a bunch of gray tall buildings in the back with some just all cement everywhere, and some gray sky in the back because of all the smog, and they're probably gonna be having their phone in one hand and maybe like a Starbucks in the other hand or something. Like, no offense to anybody who drinks Starbucks, it is delicious, I get it, but I'm just saying, we can imagine what somebody looks like who does does feel like they fit in and who does feel more at home in this society. But again, that's not your purpose here. And as much as that might be uncomfortable to sit with at first, because maybe, you know, through conditioning and things like that, you've built a life that doesn't, you know, necessarily feel like this. I'm not saying you need to like live out in the woods or be out in nature every single day, but I'm just saying we work with energy here, and you know, the energy of this, the energy of this. I'm getting that, you know, it's like this is your soul, and this soul came from out there in the universe into this body here to create this type of earth, an earth that is abundant, an earth that is beautiful, an earth that is clean, an earth that is healthy. So I think it's very, very important for your journey that you let go of any part of your inner child that feels like they can't just truly be themselves. The big energy from this card is that you don't need anyone else's approval. We want it. I know we do, and I know it feels good to get it. But like I said, if you can go through that uncomfortable transition of being used to getting validation from other people and being nurtured by other people's words and other people's acceptance, and replace that with, you know, expressing yourself more truly and expressing parts of you that maybe you wouldn't have expressed before because you know people aren't going to get it. It's just going to really take you to the next level of your life and bring you the next level of happiness, of fulfillment, of joy, and you will start to see, you know, the profound effect that you being who you truly are inside can have on this world. I hope you feel that with this energy. It's like, you know, just imagine if by you being your true self, you just walk through the world, and you know, things that are black and white, they turn to color around you. You know, that is the energy that you have, and that is the effect that you have on people, on plants, on animals, on everything around you. Like, yeah, just let go of any part of yourself that feels like there's any part of yourself that you need to hide or water down, for any reason, because you don't. Like, if anything, be more wildly yourself, express yourself more as you are, and when you're alone, you know, do the inner work that it takes to figure out who you are, and figure out, you know, how your soul wants to express itself. Yeah, so that's the message I'm getting from your inner child card. So moving on to the last deck here, we have the Believe in Your Own Magic Oracle deck. And what we're asking here is just, man, that was a terrible shuffle. We're asking for going back to your higher self. What is some final advice that they have for you? Just a final message, hopefully something, you know, comforting and uplifting, to help you through this process of really, you know, expressing your true, wild, different, misfit self, and really, you know, coming in to shake this world up and change it for the better. All right, what's the final advice? Higher self of group 3. Ooh, another one I haven't seen before. So the fact that I'm getting, because a lot of times in my readings, similar cards will pop up, even though there's so many cards in the deck. I'm like, what the hell? How does this one keep coming up? But because this is now, the second or third time I've seen a card that I've never seen before in a deck that I use, pretty often, I think that's just confirming the fact that if I were to see you out in the world and I was to feel your energy, I would probably feel the same way. Like, oh, who is this? I've never seen someone like that before. I've never felt this kind of energy before. Who is that? Like, you are somebody very cool, very unique, very special. So just like I said, please do not ever, not ever. I mean, nobody's perfect. We can't be 100% perfect all the time, but just, as much as possible, do not censor yourself at all. You are beautiful, you are unique, and you deserve to express yourself as such in this world. So the card that came out for you for this final advice is Phoenix. How's that for a happily ever after? Interesting. I like that. So no matter how hopeless you may be feeling at this moment, know this: you can and will survive whatever trials you've been put through. From the ashes of the past, you shall create a storybook ending filled with beauty and resilience. All future flames will cower when they hear the whisperings of your name. Ooh, I love it. So, yeah, I think this is kind of telling me that, that kind of smaller message I was getting before of maybe the fact that you feel, kind of outcast in this world is maybe a little bit bigger than I thought, especially, I guess, with the Edith card coming out with Nurturance. It's like, yeah, you must really be feeling like, or must have been feeling that, people just don't understand you. They never will. And that, you being so different is just something that you have to hide, or something like that. But I think this is telling me that, if you can put all that to bed, and like I said, do as much as possible to let go of anything that doesn't represent the real you, and the true expression of your beautiful soul. Like, anything that's trying to water you down, let that all burn. And again, from the ashes of that, there will be something underneath that's so beautiful that, even you haven't seen before, because you haven't let it out yet. And that's, to me, is very exciting. And like I said, this gives me a feeling of excitement, of empowerment, that you are moving into a phase here where, like I said, you're going to be a new version of yourself that you've never seen before, but that is going to be more powerful than you've ever felt before, and that is going to have more impact on the world around you than you may have believed in the past was possible. But from what I'm feeling in this reading, like I said, everything that came up in that initial energy check was just telling me, like, and everything that came out in the tarot is just telling me that it is guaranteed that you are meant for great things, that you are going to have a great impact, but that it all starts with you kind of, maybe, I guess, like going into the cocoon and, doing this wild transformation. That's kind of what I'm imagining. It's like right now, or maybe, in the recent past, you're a caterpillar, which is, caterpillars are beautiful in their own way. They still are, the same being on the inside as the being that comes out as the butterfly. But as far as the way they look, the way they express themselves, they are completely different. So you go from, looking and moving one way, and again, caterpillars, they move very slowly, they can only do so much, and then all of a sudden you go through this transformation and you come out a butterfly on the other end, and all of a sudden you have wings, you can fly, you can move a million other different ways, and you can get places in 1/100th of the time it took you before. You can have so much more impact on the world around you. And like I said, by being so different than how you were before, when people see you, when people see your true colors, they are that much more affected by you. um so yeah, that was kind of the energy that I got from this card as far as final advice from your higher self. And now we're just going to end it off with these spark magic matches. These are just little matches that give some little suggestion or like prompt for some little activity or something that you can do to, I don't know, just bring you more peace, bring you a little relaxation, help you get to know yourself better. They go kind of all over the place, but basically I bring out two, so you can either take a minute, choose one, and just listen to that one if you're feeling more called to one than the other, or you can just listen to both, and see which one resonates more for you. Or you can do both of the things if you want, or like I always say, you can just turn off the video right now and peace out. I ain't mad at you. R.I.P. Tupac. Anyways, the first one: plan a magic themed gathering to enjoy with friends. That makes a lot of sense to me. Like I said, if what your journey needs right now is to just be a total weirdo and express yourself, like magic themed gathering, that sounds like a perfect way to let your freak flag fly. That's what I always say. Like, this world has enough normal people. This world has enough people that are fitting in. Like, it's so much more exciting to meet somebody and to be somebody who is just totally wacky and out there. Like, it's just more fun, man. Magic, when you believe in magic, life is just life is just more magical. Go figure. But yeah, plan a magic themed gathering to enjoy with friends. And maybe if you don't even have any friends that you feel like would accept this part about you, then maybe that's something to think about. Maybe go on something like Meetup, or I don't know, whatever. Reach out on, I don't know. I'm not good with like meeting people and stuff. I tend to meet people out in the world, but there are ways that you can find people, find groups, events, things like that. Maybe Facebook actually might have something like that. I don't know. I'm not good with social media for real. But I know there are ways that you can find people who are into similar stuff as you and who have similar interests, and that you can feel more safe expressing the, like I said, esoteric parts of you, the more out there parts of you. This says, visualize cutting all ties to relationships that no longer serve you. Wow. So yeah, I think that also really goes with everything going on in this reading, is that, there are people that accept you, but there are also very many people that aren't going to accept you, and that currently don't accept you and don't understand you and don't honestly have the desire to. And the more you accept that as something that you put up with and something that you deserve and something that you're going to continue, then that's on you, and that's gonna keep that frustration and feeling of not belonging in your life. But if you can yeah, this whole reading is about letting go. So if you can let go of relationships that are not serving you, it will leave room in your life for relationships that do serve you, for people who do accept you, for people who love you for exactly how you are, for people who admire you, for people who respect you. And that is really what you deserve. You know, from getting from all this energy, you are somebody that, if I met in person, and even just from feeling your energy, that I look up to. I really respect you. So if anybody doesn't make you feel like that, doesn't make you feel appreciated, doesn't make you feel respected, doesn't isn't in awe of you for being such an awesome, unique individual, like, cut them out. But remember that if you're not showing them these parts of you, then you're not giving them a chance to accept that about you. You know, you can't expect everybody to come along and be like, "Hey, tell me all the all the cool weird things about you. Tell me about your dreams and passions." Like, that's probably not going to happen. But you can open yourself up to rejection and, you know, put your wacky self out there, and if people judge you, then, you know, let them fall away. There's no harm done, you know what I mean? Like, the only harm that can be done is to your ego. But at the end of the day, that's something that we don't have to play into, that we don't need to protect. We just need to look forward to attracting the things that we actually want. So that's all I got for you guys, Group 3. Thank you so much for watching this video. Thank you so much for sharing your wonderful, strong, unique, creative energy with me. If you guys enjoyed this reading, please let me and others know by hitting that thumbs up. If there are any messages that you guys have for me or anyone else in our community, please express those down in the comments. And if you would like to see this channel continue and see my channel grow, please show your support by subscribing to this channel if you haven't already. And even if you have, just, you know, please, guys, tell any of your friends that might be into spiritual shit if you think they'd enjoy my readings. So yeah, thank you guys again. Thank you so much. I'm sending you guys so much peace and love, and until next time, later.